Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all my African brothers and sisters and all my listeners to this Diaspora show. Thank you for joining me tonight. And this is going to be a discussion of the past for 2022, getting ready for 2023. And I know a lot of you want to see a lot more on this show, but I try to make it as pleasant as possible. It's been a while since I talked to you all, and heads up, I wish you all a very blessed 2023. Before that, I want to start with the prayer, and always I believe in our prayers is the strength that gives us in for our unity to walk in the path at the same time to be blessed and as well um, put the right words for all of us to hear in our hearts. So I want to thank Xavier for giving me this opportunity to talk to all my brothers and sisters out there. The truth that I have that comes through him. And so be it for peace, love, prosperity, and health and wealth for all African brothers and sisters. In fact, for the whole world to have the peace that we all deserve. 2022 being hectic, but we are very grateful that he gave us this opportunity to be able to speak, to be able to breathe, to be able to nurture, to be able to bury our deads, to be able to see things that you miraculously put this world together as you created it. Heavenly Father, we really appreciate for everything you've done today, the past, and the future. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Thank you. Amen. All right, let's begin. Oh my God, I don't know where to begin this conversations, but kind of reviewing our 2022. The first thing, I guess, as I said, we should be grateful we're all alive. For those that are alive and for those that passed, I wish them to rest in peace. And a lot of, a lot of people died. A lot of people. In 2022, we have wars all over the world that did not resolved as it's supposed to, and still conflict going. Disinformation is ongoing. People lie left and right, and when it comes to leadership, the leadership is blinded. Maybe they are so tunnel vision where they don't really see the pain and the suffering of their own people. That has to change in 2023. And right before this discussion, I had Jonathan in the conversation, and he's going to join us. And in fact, I'm going to send the invite. But for those of you that are there, a snackage, Happy New Year! Thank you so much, Admas, and for all of you that's wishing the best of the year. Really, I want you all to think about what you mean by being Happy New Year. I know we're wishful to have a very, very happy New Year, but this year going forward, I want us to really think about when we wish something and how deep that is, and the wish has to fulfill. Meaning, yes, we all wish a happy new year. We all wish a good year to come. All that has to be really in vain, really convinced it's going to be a happy new year. Not just the saying, but the word has to be meaningful on what needs to be changed. So those of you that's going to be wishing a happy new year, happy holidays, all these things is very important because we are the one that's going to make change, not only physically but spiritually and in mind, and how we're going to be meaning those words. And I take it as happy new year, as happy new year or happy new holiday or any happy wishes. This has to be really poignant because you got to keep in mind the first thing for happiness is peace. And I say peace to the world. The peace that we wish to make it happen to be a happy holiday is having that strong faith inside, a strong feeling that peace is going to come. We wish the peace, the love, the prosperity, all these good things, and make it happen. We can make it happen when we're all together and thinking the same mindset for the peace of the world, for the love of the world, and the way it's been created for all of us to share. If we all contributed our share of goodness to your next neighbor or somebody that's in need, right there, your wish is coming true because you showing it by example. So this is what I'm here right now. It just happened. It's a Saturday, the eve of New Year's, and it just happened to be the Diaspora Talk. So again, when I wish you a happy New Year, there's a lot of things behind it. I wish you peace, health, prosperity, and wealth, and being good to one another. This is how I wish my happy New Year to all of you that came in. So I didn't want to miss it. I have a lot of other things that I needed to do. But again, my brothers and sisters, it just happened. The call is on me. The eve for Swahili Nation One Africa to present you and wish you a very, very, very happy New Year. With all the things that I said, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. And I wish you health, peace, love, prosperity, and wealth to the coming year. So 2023, I push it to be a year of peace. When peace comes, it's because there's love behind. If there's love behind and peace is behind, the health also will be there. And then when you put all three together and you are doing well, that means the wealth comes around. Because everybody has to have everything they need in order to go to the future, 2023. So I'm just going to send an invite, and those of you who would love to join me, and I love to you guys to join me also. Feelings mutual, and I just put my invite because I cannot just say, just from my opinion and what I experienced, 2022 has been very challenging. And there you go. I did the share on the StreamYard. And those of you that can join me, I really appreciate that. And put your thoughts and how 2022 went on your corner, on your view of the world, in Africa, in China. I guess I'm also putting Taiwan and one Pi to join if you're listening, and I'm pretty sure you're out there. But it's an invite. So as usual, I'm just gonna make sure that everybody will have the ability to express themselves how they've seen the 2022, and then go on to 2023. And in that, I'll always appreciate anybody that's going to be joining us. This is Swahili Nation One Africa, and we're always here to listen, to adopt, and to bring things in motion, because we're actively working channel, and as well our foundation, Swahili Nation One Africa. It's a foundation that's already recognized, and a lot of people that are listening to Swahili Nation One Africa, it doesn't happen without you. So family, whenever you get a chance, make sure that we have this put together, because this is our house. This is our way. And I'm very grateful. I pray for Mika, definitely, for keeping it together for us. At the same time, I would love to share, as you know, just giving you some time to think. And those of you that's going to be joining me, I really appreciate it. There's no surprise about this, but I'm going to present you our Mika and Godspeed, and see what What do you think? So I'll be right back after this.
In the colors of your heart, stood your beloved, your day star, the fairest among 10,000 wives. You formed the seasons and fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flowed from your love. You were crafty and I was pretty. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made for the cool of the day with you. With you. Cursed in the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's heart. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, bore the cross that we deserve. I've gotten down on one knee. Spirit breathing on me, been said I see what I was made for. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Jesus. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. Is to know you, Lord. Is to know your love. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. With you.
always been, always been refreshing. Love this song and Vamika and Godspeed. And for those of you that still trying to join me, please join me. And let's see what you guys gonna say about 2022 and resolution for 2023. For me, the resolution that I so-called, hey, Jonathan, of course, joined me. Hey, Jonathan, I'm gonna bring you in. And hello, my friend Jonathan, my brother. How are you? We had a little chat.
What's up? What's up? Give me 1 second
What's
because I think I'm gonna be echoing.
okay?
Is she? Aunishara?
I only shut up. I can hear you, my brother.
I'm good, man. I feel like I just
Yeah,
talked to you. So
yeah, we just hang out the phone to get to the meeting, and apologize my audience that I was 1 minute late talking to Jonathan. So we're just gonna bring it on the chat, and let's see, uh, Jonathan, can you see a little bit of some summary of the 2022 on how it passed and the
oh
highlights?
wow. Like, can you
I'm not
where
brought you
do
the
I
big
start?
question.
I mean, geez, honestly speaking, when you think about it, the year had gone by pretty quick, but a lot has happened, right? Um, I mean, January 2022. I was not on the streets, but there was a no more protest everywhere. Can you imagine that was um, a year
I
prior, and
think.
then it was a year after, and then we were kind of looking back at that.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, 2022 it went by really fast. I was actually looking back at everything that has happened on the continent of Africa, but
Mhm.
also in the world. There's a lot, man. Um, a lot. For me in January, let's start with the fact that we were not in a good place in Africa in general. So many crazy stuff happening
Mhm.
in every region in Africa, not just in my home country, but there was stuff happening in the DRC, Rwanda tension, and the Mali, of course, and what was happening there. Burkina Faso. I mean, we can go on and on and on. In Kenya, amazing elections. We should be very proud of Kenya to have come out of that in a peaceful way compared to the Americans that they still have not believed. I mean, at least 30% of Americans don't believe that the elections were fair. So talk about democracy, right?
Mhm.
So a lot has been going on, and of course Ukraine and Russia and so on and so on. But personally, I think this past year has kind of been crazy. It's up and down, meaning
Mhm.
like what's going on back home. For me, as you know, I'm very connected to what's happening in Ethiopia. So um, I got to meet the founder of a Swahili Nation, Mr. Mika, in Addis Ababa. That was 2022 as well. Not that long ago, that was
Exactly.
October. So a lot has happened. But I don't know if you want to talk about, sometimes I think, the politics of life is obviously dominates our everyday existence, but maybe
Yeah.
hopefully we talk about some positive stuff as well. But yeah, all the crazy stuff
Yeah.
going on.
And the positive stuff that we can talk about is right here about Swahili Nation One Africa. We officially launched it in Ethiopia, and as well, we are officially licensed nonprofit organization. That's a great achievement, and that it took a lot. The members for Swahili Nation One Africa that puts all the effort, all the feedback, all the background meetings. I mean, there was a lot of things that's been happening. And at the same time, we had a lot of challenges, personal challenges and life challenges among our group too. We prayed and we make sure that everybody gets back on track. And early on, I've been also challenged on my side too. But again, what happened is we had a good focused mind on what we want to achieve. And every time when I say that, I believe that very few people uh, mind and thoughts and emotion together, we can go forward and obtain or achieve the goals that we wanted. Like when Mika went for the first time to Ethiopia, how many challenges we had? He had COVID and he cannot get back, he cannot go in. And the minute that he cleared, he flew the next day. I mean, when he cleared, I believe it was a Tuesday. He cleared on Monday. Tuesday, he flown in to Ethiopia. And all that because of the Swahili Nation One Africa uh, family that we put together uh, a real quick funds for him to go and explore Ethiopia on something that he would really want to see from his point of view and what he saw. Now he became. I think he's got a frequent flyer now with Ethiopian Airlines. He'd be flying to Ethiopia like, oh, I'm going to drop by to Ethiopia, and that shows you our 2022, even with our member, seeing all this video that he put in together, all this information that he's putting together, the youth summit, name it. He went to the fashion show, and then see a few things. He went to different concert and transmitting really from Ethiopia. This is one part of information that he could go back and forth on it. But at the same time, we got other 53 54 countries that we need to be at. And basically, Mika cannot do it all. We're the one that's going to be really helping out each of us, the members. We got quite a good base of subscribers, but at the same time, take the lead also. Somebody that's going to say, hey, okay, 2023, I'll be in the lead for Swahili Nation One Africa because this is your home, this is your family, and this is what you support. Our motto is very easy to understand. Our mission statement is very clear. And just coming to this end of 2022, Swahili Nation One Africa achieved a lot more of our goals, and those goals were achieved because of the family. And I think that's what I see where Swahili Nation One Africa stands. And we're going to keep on going stronger on 2023 and past that, and making sure that we still have our office to be built, and we need to really focus now. Really, first quarter of the year, we should really focus on getting our official office and open it. And at the same time, there's a lot of different other investments and stuff like that that's been on the background that's been shown in Africa, and people that can really help out in those domains when it comes to our agriculture. We talked a lot about food security, and at the same time, the our military in whole Africa. And these are the really keys that we have to have traction going forward in 2023. And the other thing that we saw all these nonsense wars, the when it comes to of course Russians and Ukraine, and at the same time, the good thing that shows that on the highlight that the AU was able to broker a conflict between with an African issue, and I'm talking about Ethiopia and the TPLF, and bring into a peace resolution. That's a gain toward
I
the
think
future.
it was the only time that I've seen Africa actually take lead on issues. So yeah, I agree. I was in Ethiopia when that happened, by the way. Talk about with Mika.
Yes, yes, you're with Mika.
That was crazy. Yeah.
And, it shows that all this time we've been, and we brought the highlights about AU, and we start really deciphering and dissecting different departments, and we'll continue in 2023. I'm going to keep continuing
Oh
on
yeah, and
bringing
we had an
information.
African country get into the semifinals of the World Cup. I mean, it
World
was
Cup.
so yeah. I think Africa just went. So yeah, no, it was a good year.
We're getting in there. There's a lot of there were a lot of truth on what happened on the ground from African nations. We had a lot of people, Africans, that really, really put out information in different part of countries, and on what's going on in the continent. Basically, 2022 did it was a turning point of how African should resolve their own African issues, and as well take life by the horn and say, hey, we have to have the equal opportunity. The discussion about joining the G21, the
Hey, Biggie,
notion.
I think you're going all through all everything. Why don't we count it down? Like, let's talk about 2022 and 10 of the, you know, positive things that happened in Africa. So,
Yeah, this
no,
this is what I.
yeah,
I'm just giving the highlights. That's
yeah,
what I need my help in here.
yeah, exactly. So yeah,
I
why
think
don't we talk about that? Yeah, let's count it down because it was an interesting year in so many different ways, and it could be a personal thing if you want, but in
right.
general, as long as it's about Africa, okay. So yeah, you have 10. So number 10, Biggie, drum roll,
Mhm.
go.
Yes, and the understanding on how African leaders were seen in the world media when it came to the African uh, leadership meeting in USA. And that really put where a lot of things became the awareness of how Africa has been treated, and without agenda, without anything, being invited in the US and hear what do I say per se, and a lot of leaders didn't appreciate that. So that marks for me the positive things, that the exposure of what happened on that meeting and how now African leaders are going to be interacting among themselves. It gave a powerful unity to the leaders of the African leaders, and I really saw, even though it's been done before, but this year I think the 2022 showed the efforts of all leaders standing up for Africa. That's one thing that I would say the most positive thing, and being able to have a African Union to broker this peace in Ethiopia, and now having the leverage. But again, there's a lot of work to do in 2023 to support it and to make sure that it's getting better. We the youth has the ability to take and seize the moment of how they want Africa run. I think that's what I see as a positive thing. It made the leaders, the African leaders, to be more united uh, when it comes to the African affairs, not only of their own nations, direct nations, but on the union. That's what I see. How about you?
Number 10, I'm gonna keep it entertainment. Like, you know, I think Afrobeat has kind of taken over the world. I mean, African music has always injected itself in so many places in popular culture, but Afrobeat in general has continued to, but culturally in general, like Africa becoming and Chanel, a French company. Not that it should matter, really, honestly. Like, who cares? But the fact that they would do a show in Senegal is the first time that has ever happened. Meaning, like, they're admitting to the fact that they've been influenced, and
Hmm.
just because you're like there's culturally in general, right? Africa is becoming a major center of popular culture when it comes to music and fashion and everything. So number 10, I will give Africa for really honestly, it's not new, but continuing to do it. But congratulations to Africa by doing their own thing. There's so many amazing music that's coming out of Africa right now. It dominates really honestly the music scene in all over the globe. But so I give them a lot of credit. The Burna Boy, are you kidding? Even in, no matter what part of the world that you go right now, African music is everywhere. So yeah, the musical culture and also the fashion. So I'm giving the cultural significance of Africa being whatever, like it's always been there. But yeah, definitely give them a number 10. So Biggie, number 9. Drum roll. Grrr, go.
That's another. What number 9? I see in the African youth in diaspora and as well in the continent are starting to interlace and start understanding, even though it's not 100%, but it's just the beginning, interlacing one another. The diaspora is interested more on what they can do from for Africa and what they can help with, the awareness. I think the African youth having the summit, the youth summit in Africa, and getting all these things put together. I think 2022 really give the empowerment of the youth in diaspora, and as well, I see a lot of youth from diaspora really getting engaged in the African affairs. That's number 9, I would say. Now, I'll put back the number 8 on you.
Well, I don't know. So for me, we also had an amazing year again for athletes coming out of Africa. Obviously, the East Africans are dominating all the marathons and long distance running. There's so many of them that, especially Kenyans and Ethiopians. Hello, East Africa, we see you. And then there is also this amazing stuff that was happening from West Africa, making it to the World Cup and then North Africans as well to get to the semifinal. So yeah, I think the athletes of Africans, another positive. Yeah, I'm all about positive stuff to give right now today. So supposed to be top 10. Don't worry, I'm getting into the political in the top 3 probably. But let's enjoy the fact that Africans have done such an amazing job in 2022 as far as athletics are concerned. They're not, again, we don't have to, but what an amazing year out of Lundy. So like really,
yes,
yeah.
Go
ahead.
And when you talk about the being amazing, is that the fact that we are, end of 2022, December 31st, you and I on this platform, and that really started really reinforcing itself a year ago, and the fact that we are able to put all this information out there, I think it was a blessed day and blessed year for Swati Nation to put the voice out there.
Oh my God, I caught a couple of games of matches, I should say. We call them games matches there, whatever. Well, with literally they were just sitting on a couch looking at a TV and screaming at a TV, and I'm just like, seriously, I can just do this with the team. The fact that Swahili Nation tried to cover until the Africans started losing, and then they didn't cover it so much. So
yeah, on that coverage,
No, yeah, they were.
I know that it didn't destroy the TV.
No, I saw a video of somebody that did that. I probably would be the kind of person that will do that. But I will say, by the way, talking about sports, I think a very important conversation to have is that, what the hell are these countries, like there's like a country that's completely white in general, and then
Right.
half their soccer team is African. So I'm confused. Um, what country do you play for? And like, I don't even believe in the World Cup is kind of funny to me because we lost Pele, by the way, an amazing.
Yes. Yes.
I had this mentioned on in the group chat as well. I think like growing up in Ethiopia, the only other non-Ethiopian name I heard growing up was Pele, 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 Pele everywhere. I'm like, what the
Yes.
fuck is this Pele guy, right? I was a little
Yeah.
kid, but excuse my language, but so yeah, and watching that and understanding what that meant because it was this, black African looking soccer player from Brazil.
Yep.
And we forget that, most Africans that left Africa through slavery actually ended up in Brazil, not the United States.
Mm.
To a much more cruelest way, by the way. And anyway, so I think Pele, I don't know, he was more than just a soccer icon. I think that he also kind of for all Africans stood for something when back in the days, Africa was just coming out of, out of literally domination of European people. And yeah, so losing Pele, but like what he stood for, I think that's why Africans loved it. Yes, he was a great soccer player, don't get me wrong, but
Right.
to be able to play, because most of them would not, in the United States of America, they didn't let a lot of black people play good sports, right? Until they finally realized that they could make money off from playing the good sports that they are better at. Whether we're talking about baseball, like the history of it all. But anyway, so yeah, I think that's kind of so yeah, we had an amazing freaking African year when it comes to sports. Amen to that. And then we lost Serena Williams, retired, dominating tennis player. Like history, like will always treat her well. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, diaspora as well. But at the Bamile, so yeah,
Yes.
had a really good
Yes.
year for African athletes or African diaspora athletes or whatever you want to call them. So amen to that.
Yeah.
Go Village.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We applaud for
Yeah, we're
African.
fine.
One of the highlighted game was France and Morocco, and that game when he
No
came
comment.
to Paris, it was a disaster. you know that. Let me see if I can find a little clip on here. Hold on. Yeah, I
Biggie,
can
though,
find
like
it.
we really do need to have the world needs to have a conversation. Like, if you are completely like 50% of your life is from some other country, do you really represent another country that you're playing soccer for because they're paying you to play? So are you taking us from somewhere else and then it doesn't represent the country? So how representative is the country that wins? So maybe we shouldn't call it like teams with countries. We should call it something else. I think personally, if we're gonna like play country to country, I think every person that plays in that team should be a citizen of that country. Period. And then it's the country. Otherwise, I think it's a joke. And so, I think the World Cup needs to reconfigure itself. It shouldn't be called a World Cup. It should be called Human Cup or something. Definitely not a
Right,
World
and I can see that also. Let's say you have a dual citizenship. Maybe you might pass. You understand? You might pass on that. But if you don't have dual citizenship and you're not African uh, per se, uh, born in Africa, you understand? I think that will give a lot more opportunity for the younger kids. There's only 11 players, and half of the players came in from a different part of the world of the West, let's say. Really, you got 5 players that's going to be really representing the nation that they're representing, even though they're like descendant. I think we should look into the criteria what FIFA allows and doesn't allow. I'm not sure
They have to have
or
dual
confident.
citizenship.
Yeah, you have to have dual citizenship in order to play. Okay. That's good information to know. But you see, again, I think that really can play a little bit a role of the representation of the country is just per se the winning opportunity. Yes,
On that note,
when you
by the way,
play.
before we go away from the sport thing, I have to give Japan a very high. Japan did a really good job. I think they're one of the good teams that I saw playing, and all Japanese. I'm just saying.
Hmm. No, they did play quite well. Actually, Japan comes a long way even in the soccer. If you look at it, 4 years ago, or you can go back 8 years ago, Japan was very dominant in certain way when they played on those fields. They had a lot of good players. Again, it's highlighted by country. Put it
All
that way.
right, Biggie, you ready? Number 7. Drum roll.
Mm, Okay, and number seven.
Yep. Go.
Okay, number seven for me is that the war that's happening still in Ukraine, and Ukraine versus Russia, and another one is the Chinese stray, the Taiwan side of it. We didn't cover a lot, for me. We covered some, but it was so politicized, and I think we're just minding our business. But at the same time, when it came into support Ukraine, African nations said, "Hey, some of them abstained, some of them completely said, "Hey, we're not going to support this." But again, when you look at uh, the treatment of Africans in Europe and the way they've been treated, specifically in Ukraine, the racism that still exists, and now supporting back in certain ways that really is a highlight. And it's going to be also a highlight in 2023 how this war is going to end. And I still wanted to end peacefully, uh, having an understanding and draw the lines and put an agreement because a lot of innocent people are dying. You see it on the Russian side, it doesn't matter. You see it on the Ukraine side, it doesn't matter. It's just human beings being snuffed into this nonsense war, and it has to stop. And for me, it's a highlight, really, on that level that we all should pray to have this war to stop. And it's very important for all of us to really unite on this without any division of it. But at the same time, we have to be more realistic about the human life that's been snuffed for nothing, for the nonsense war, and the awareness that these kind of wars might be created again somewhere in 2023. And we should be really, as Africans, these kind of deals don't come to us in the continent. We got to learn a lot. We're learning a lot out of this war. You see blatant lies that been going on. You see a lie that is on your face, and a whole gang becomes gangsters. They become gangsters, siding, and eventually, without thinking, without forecasting, and just because we can. And that, I think, is a highlight for me. We as an Africans, as a nation, we pray for not having human being snuffed for a nonsense war in the world.
Well, guess what? On that note, Biggie, I'm so
Yes.
thankful for the Western world for being very honest about what they think about democracy. Because guess what? 2022 has been yet another year, not the first time. But have you noticed there's a kind of every time that I tell you about how I feel about every year is like it's not like it has not happened the year before. It's just it's a better year to really show you what is happening in life in general in on Earth or whatever. But thank you, Europe, for in America for showing us how racist you are. I'm gonna call it out. I don't have time for that. I think it's kind of a child's play at this point. Yes, Russia is absolutely wrong. I can
Mm,
say that, and that's fine. And absolutely, what is happening in Ukraine and Russia, we don't know. Sometimes they tell you that, and we all understand what's going on. You know, it's Russia having a war with the United States of America and Europe. That's what they tell you that it's
mm,
NATO against Russia, and then they
mm.
expect you to come in as Africans. I'm sorry, I'm an African. I don't care about Africa. I don't give a shit about what they're doing over there as long
Right.
as they don't mind with my shit, you know.
Right.
So like now you're messing with my shit, you know.
But
Right.
you understand the biggest question. Hey,
I
how
Now
you
you're
guys
messing with my
doing?
shit.
No, but the biggest question in all these conflicts, when you look at all of them, from the ones that are on the continent, from the one Vietnam, Korea, da 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 da, you can just go back in history and constantly look at it and really see after the fact, what are they really fighting for? It's not about democracy. It's not about freedom. It's not about liberation or any of that. What resources sitting over there that they want control over? So you're fighting a rich man's battle, and your blood is laying on the ground.
Thank you, BJ.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I was trying to say. You said it more harsher than I would, but thank you. Well,
No,
better
you
than
said it
you.
perfectly.
Yeah, I know. But I literally like I have like it's not like we did not realize it before, but the complete disregard, the complete disrespect, and then you expect us to come and like rally against this or that or whatever. No.
But the biggest problem is
I,
on the back end of that is if you put your feet in the water, you're gonna find all the players are getting out of the pool, and you're gonna be left with your bodies on the ground. And then after the fact, then they're gonna like, oh well, we need to retaliate because Nigeria got into this conflict, so now we need to put boots on the ground in Nigeria because now you're a part of it. And then all of a sudden, like, well, they're not fighting in Ukraine anymore. Now all of a sudden, focus is over here. So my whole point is that you support as much as you can. You empathize with the situation as much as you can, but none of my blood is going to be on your ground because it's not my battle. We've always in the middle of someone else's battle, and we're the one left bleeding in the end. And nobody's trying to even give you a band-aid.
Yeah, and at the same time, we're being asked to give a hand to support.
And why it's so
I
critical
remember
now that they want you to support when any other issue going on? I mean, you could support trying to create your own methods to resolve the pandemic. Oh, well, we don't need your support there, but can you bring some bodies over here?
No, listen. All I remember is in January of fucking excuse my language. I
No,
still
it's okay. It's okay.
in January 22. They were Africans trying to leave Ukraine because they were students. These are Africans, and the way that they were treated, both in like not just in Ukraine, everywhere. And it really showed me, like, oh my god, no matter what you do, like they will always treat you like shit.
Yeah.
One. And two, what is the point? Like I've been telling now, I'm having a conversation with my niece, like, don't go to college anywhere. Just stay in Ethiopia and go to college in Ethiopia. Because nobody, and you're, oh, enough is enough. Like, why are these people even there? Like, I understand. But we didn't even know that there were that many Africans out there. Did we really know? And then the way that they were treated, that was in January of this year, by the way, 2020.
Yeah.
Look about
Yeah.
2022. And yeah, that pisses me off. And
Well, I mean, and you're saying that on top of the fact that, oh, everybody saw how they were treated. Now you got all these Western entities, America saying, "Are you going to come on and boot up and come over there?" And you never address the conditions and the way the Africans we
We're
treated.
trying to
So
keep
you're
our
telling me
anger
to
from the top
pick up a gun,
we're
yet you're saying it's okay for me to be disrespected in the process.
Absolutely, and I think the top three, and like we're at number 7 right now. Biggie and I were counting down, so you're coming in at number 7. So 10, 8, 9.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you give us your 10, 8, 9, 7 quickly, and Biggie, you take over from number 7.
No, I'm done on 7. I got some other question also that comes from my snackage too. So we just want to get that. I'm just telling you we're gonna get to her question.
What's the question?
So go ahead, Biggie.
Go ahead. No. The question is, we went through from 10, 9. We counted down some numbers on the highlights of the 2022.
Oh, 2020. Oh, my highlight of 2022 is totally
On the number 10.
For me, it's about clarity. It's about love. It's about peace. It's about support. It's about forgiveness. It's about understanding. And most of all, walking away from this matrix that's constantly trying to blind you from the truth and bring yourself to God.
That's your number 10?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Number 9?
No, I just put them all in sequence.
No, but we're at number 7, so you got to come down to us. So number 9.
Okay, number 9 is unity and support.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Number 8.
Acceptance.
Okay, you can't cheat like just one word next time, but okay. Number 7.
Yeah.
Now we're back into where we started. So Biggie, number 7. Drum roll again.
Go. Okay. Number 7. I would say the awareness of all of us on the Swahili nation, on Africa, and being able to have this unique unity as family and moving together and having our mind and thoughts together. I think it's paying off as we start conversating, because that's what our base is. That's what our mission statement is. And that I saw coming together. And that really brings it a very highlight on my personal understanding. I learned a lot, by the way, being on the Swahili Nation. Even though you taught certain things that you knew, you know, I'm still learning. That's what I see on number 7.
Okay. Number 7. Oh, I know what. The death of the Queen. So when she passed away, I think a lot of islanders and people that were bought by her, and they started to talk, including African countries and, islands that, finally like, enough is enough. I was in India in 2022, and I saw how much they're still stuck. 1.8 billion freaking people are still stuck with the Queen. What the fuck? And so, honestly speaking, I am so thankful that finally, not because I'm sure she was a good person, but what they stood for, that they're gone. Okay? So I am so thankful that the Queen died.
But you know, Jonathan, and that is that what people, and that's why I'm like, we never understand our power. You're right to a certain extent that, yeah, people are waking up, but people were waking up long before that happened. And what the West does better than anything is to take over a narrative. People, Barbados had already said enough of this. A lot of other countries, Jamaica has been, because again, before the paper can be signed, all the work has been done years before that even happened. But now we want to put a spotlight on it, spin it like, okay, now we're doing this in your behalf. That's what the West does better than anybody. They take over any thought, ideas, any narrative, anything that's going to be positive, and spin it and say, well, we're giving this to you. No, these people are going to take it no matter what. What I think
that dominated so many countries of African descent that were enslaved.
Yep.
I am so thankful that actually, to be honest with you, yes, it's sad to see people dead, but this one, oh, thank God, because I think it woke up people as well, and people have these conversations. What does this institution mean to us, including English people, like British, even the like Britain? It's like one queen and king and their little classy shit on top, and everybody else is treated like shit with their accent and everything else. Let me just say, okay, because they know where they stand, which are the lower, you know. And then take that away, and then what the domination of that institution means, and then her own grandson and his black wife putting that show on Netflix and really calling them out for what they are. So yes, I'm glad she's gone.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
yeah, the other thing, just to add on that, right, is that she was worshipped. Against that is against my religion. Put it that way, and it made an understanding that even this passes away. You understand?
And more than just being worshipped, no, they never told the whole. And that's what I mean. How the West will spin a narrative. Here she is, the queen in the beautiful crown and the jewels. Where did she get the jewels from? She had the biggest diamond, and where did she steal that from? And how many wars did the royal family and all the oppression they did across the globe? The sun never sets on the British Empire. So you made it sound sweet, but what had to be put in effect for the sun to never set on all the imperialism that was perpetrated? They never want to tell the other side of the story. So you sitting up there believing in Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty as the prince and the princess and these are wonderful people and and we all want to be that. Well, do you want to be a murderer and a thief and a tyrant and an enslaver? That's what they were, and that's what they are.
Right.
And I think people are finally waking up and seeing who they truly is.
BJ,
I'm gonna put a little cap on that, and I would say, as we, the living ones here now, okay, for the one that did, we always have respect. Let her rest in peace. She cannot defend herself.
No, are you kidding me? Hell no. Fuck that.
Well, my question to you, Biggie, is: are they saying the same thing about our people? Are they saying the same prayer for us? I doubt it.
You know what?
No, I don't. Never will say rest in peace. Oh my God!
Guess what?
Let's be honest.
At the same time, remember.
No, I said as a human being, but as what they stand for, that whole
I would just say I wish for them to receive everything that they gave to everybody else. That's only justice. For all that you put out for everybody else on this planet, and the suffering that you put upon them, may it fall in your footsteps as well, because you evidently felt like it was nothing wrong with it because you did it. So why should not sit at your door?
You're not a supremacist. You're not a queen. You're wearing crowns with freaking rocks that you raped and killed, whatever, in India and in Africa, all over Africa, all of the islands, and your sugar and your whatever the fuck, and you're wearing that crown and you're sitting there, and I'm supposed to like bow down to you, kneel down to you? No.
I think South Africa wanted their
so like good riddance. Anyway, number 6, Biggie.
Oh man, it just gave me the number
Yeah,
six.
we can't keep talking about that because it might get.
No, I capped it already. So, ooh, uh,
We're
it
getting
was
down to
it
the.
was no
That's
no it was number six, and it was a very important. Let's jump to BJ because I lost the thought process really quick.
Sorry, 666.
No,
Six
no,
for me
because
would be I thank God for opening people's eyes to the truth.
Amen.
And that the truth is coming out no matter what. You cannot spin this propaganda hard enough or fast enough because as soon as you spit out the lie, the truth is coming through. What I'm praying for in 23 is people be able to articulate and interpret what the truth truly is because we have been conditioned to hold on to a lie no matter what. And we twist things around in order to be able to live in that lie and think that's comfort. But living in a lie is never going to be comfortable. It's not supposed to be. So I just pray for 2023 to bring the truth, no matter how pretty or ugly it may be, and that we walk in it.
number six. I call it I'm glad he called it number six, but it was a number sick. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is Zelensky visiting the United States? That is disgusting. The most disgusting thing that I literally got sick about it because supporting a whole United States on the highest standard you can ever think that they never let anybody in the capital having a foreign flag floating. Like, imagine on what they did during the slavery, and none of the African representatives came into Congress and having their flag shown or anything else, and have the audacity to approve everything that went on.
Well, see, my
And
thing
that
is what I find more sick is not the act, but what does the action bring forth?
exactly
Because they did it for a reason, and they're not telling us what the reason is. What is behind the action? Why are they doing this? It's to bring forth this one new world, one world order. What is up with all that? Who's the new puppet master? Since, like you stated, the queen is gone. So are they vying for positioning? I mean, that's my whole thing is that, because again, Congress and the government and all this stuff is a house of cards and it's a comic show. Because all the things they stand on and say the Constitution states, and please show me 5 people who actually follow, and at least 3 of them, whoever actually read the Constitution. Because every day, every law that's put on the books, no, they don't follow it. So it's like a house of cards.
Yeah,
and so my thing is,
they try to amend
action? Yeah,
they try to amend it.
Okay, can I go to my number 6 now? So my thing is January 6th. No, really talking about the 6th, right? I'm gonna stick with that. It's so much. No, really honest, because you said that, yeah. But so I'm gonna go with 6. So the January 6th committee in the United States government. Let's be honest. Like, oh my God, they did not play. I mean, they just made this guy look like what he is, an asshole, a terrorist group. All these things, right? So we should be proud about the United States government when they operate as they should. Give you an example of how it should be. And oh my God, the January 6th committee did an amazing job. And I know some people are going to think it's a political thing, but
It is.
Fine, that's fine. They will think that. But let's be honest. They're literally the 2 people that sit on the committee are Republicans, and then the other 4 are Democrats. You can say that. But all the people that actually are Republicans appointed by the president. And this guy's a I mean, how much more can you show that this guy's an insane person that should never have any kind of anywhere near power? I mean, let's be honest. For Africans, he's always been horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
What he did with Saudi Arabia and what Saudi Arabia was doing to Yemen, I feel like Yemenis are like almost my brothers and sisters. They are. They're right across the border, and they're like honestly, human beings in general should never be a point. Don't give weapons to people that are trying to kill people that don't need to be killed. Let's just leave it at that. And what he basically set to do to my own country, bomb it. Right, so he was and he did it sitting on not in some odd place, but in the seat of power. There's a video of that, as we all know, when he said, "Why don't the Egyptians just bomb Ethiopia and bomb the dam or whatever?" But to him, that we don't even care, right? So as human beings, like if they did something like that, like. First of all, they will never do that. But the fact that he doesn't even understand what that means.
Sitting on the power.
He's just a human being. Yeah. So, January 6th committee. Thank you, January 6th. Talking about the 6th. No, this is number 6. So, that's my number 6. January 6th committee. Thank you for showing us how evil he is, even though that most of his followers will continue to go down that trail, be like ignorant F's, It is what it is.
You see, just the way for me adding into the coming 2023, what we saw on the January 6th committee, I want the same committee that's going to commit themselves about African affairs and decipher and get all the truth out, because they will never do that. They should replicate the same investigation on what's going on the continent of Africa, and
that's not gonna happen for them. You guys gonna have to do that, because their pockets are being stuffed with money. They're not gonna go against their own interests.
Okay.
All right.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Because one thing I just want to remind you all, I really want to have. One question before we get to number 5, just for Asnakaj, okay? Asnakaj put some line of question, and I'm going to read the first question, okay? What is the most important lesson you learned this year? Let's put that in the mix. But I remember we're at number 5.
Yes, we are number 5. And BJ, you start this time.
Yeah.
Self-love.
What is the most important lesson you learned this year?
Self-love.
You cannot keep doing that like with one sentence. You have to explain what that means.
It means putting yourself first sometimes. Being okay with saying the word no. So it's like self-love. You got to love yourself enough that no matter how another person takes or is even affected by it, you have to put yourself first.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because how are you going to be good for anyone else if you are not whole? And I throw that down to they've been here. It's been a lot of issue with mental health and people committing suicide and all that other stuff. And it's like we have to get ourselves whole. And because we live in this world, you're never going to be 100%, but as close to it as you possibly can, because this battle that we're about to be facing is going to be hard, and you got to be mentally fortified and mentally tough to start, going into battle. And if you're not whole and you're using substances and all these other things and shopping and doing whatever to just make yourself feel good, how are you going to be good? And how are you going to help anybody else? If we're running around just being like pawns and whatever thing is being flashed in front of the television or whatever, and you just jumping on, narrative to narrative to narrative, how are you gonna be able to think through any scenario like what just happened in Buffalo? And they're talking about how many people passed away in that storm. And that storm hit, I mean, last week it was 3 here, and today it's like almost 60. Things is moving fast and hard, and you have to be able to navigate. And for people to say it's knowing I better just sit down and stay where I'm at and just ride this out, you're just I'm gonna be able to beat it. I'm gonna get in this car and just boom. Now you're frozen to death in the car because you think you can outrun God. Nobody can outrun Mother Nature. She gonna win every time.
Absolutely.
And wherever your narrative is coming from, well, I looked at the news and they said, or I looked at this and these people done. You have to have common sense and use that intuition that says, maybe I better not. Let me be safe and do it this way. And a lot of people do not know how to pivot.
It's a lot to say, BJ. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God, I think Big E is gonna take it because you just kind of basically opened up the whole entire conversation Big E likes to have. So go ahead, Big E. Number 5.
No, I did. Because as Nugget always. By the way, she does a lot of the statistics in her work, and she came in on our show before. And a question that really very important when it comes to personal, and I think for all of you that is going to be reading some of the comments, yeah, Asnaka made some serious questions, and I love it because it's very important questions, and that's why I want to treat it in our conversation to be a good intro to it. This is Diaspora Talk. Again, this is about us that's living abroad and as well those that live in the continent. And the questions are very valid. And the most important thing that I learned this year is that all my life, my experiences in life experience, okay, I knew. I knew there's so many disinformation that's been going out there, but I never had the opportunity to tackle them down. There were so many of them throughout the years that I lived in this earth, okay, and knowing on what's going on and what's happening, and it's like forming a bottle, but it has as any bottle becomes tighter to convenience, to conveniently to put the cap on it. Okay, it's like choking the life out of earth. Basically, every lie, I see it like a formation of a bottle and have a bottleneck. And when you get to that bottleneck, all the lie and the truth to come out is capped. Because when you squeeze everything out, what you're trying to get is the truth to come out on every angle. What, like you said, DJ, whether it hurts or not, the truth will come out, whether we like it or not. No matter what you're going to be doing, okay. And what I learned is people start talking and doing things without thinking. They just feel like they can say whatever they want to say, whatever they want to do, and they don't understand how many people are affected by the word that they spill through their mouth. There's a ricochet, there's a bounce back. We'll get you, not this year, not next year, but in time before you leave this earth. you're gonna get hit with it. But again, it might be a selfish way of thinking because you don't care to begin with because the word in this field that we have, for example, like the previous president that said, I should have bombed it. And guess what? In the last 4 years, that's it, 4 years, and he was done. Okay? He didn't get the opportunity because of his what he spills out of this filthy mouth and this
But you
egg.
All
know,
right. So
Vicky,
can I go to
Okay?
my number five now?
So, so one thing that this is my learning. Okay, this is my learning, where you really have the truth, and the only way you conquer this kind of misconception, misunderstanding, this disinformation, is when the people will start understanding the lie and condemn the lie upfront and confront it
absolutely.
and fight it nailed in teeth, saying this is the fact, this is the truth. Here's the
I know.
evidence.
Can I go to my number five now, Biggie?
Okay, go ahead.
Seriously, okay. So that kind of leads into what you're talking about because it's like not one individual owns Twitter, right? So if you have to remember the power of social media, and I was just gonna say number five is gonna be my war against how we treat supposedly right social media. It's not social media; it's like social complete corruption. Uh, I was not gonna say his name, but let me call him out. Like the idea, somebody that's supposed to be scientifically very smart, right? Owns Twitter now, and then can completely do whatever they want to do in this most important aspect of what we had the Arab Spring, and back in 2000, mind you, that was fucking Twitter, and and then what happens? This is like spaces that people should have a conversation, but you cannot control it, and so what is social media mean? I think this is the first time that we're actually really talking about that. An Ethiopian in Kenya, well, he's from here. I'm still confused, but is suing Facebook on damages of killing people and his family, which is true because they said where that guy was, where his father was, and during the middle of the war in Ethiopia, and they could sue or maybe not. Who knows? I mean, do we have a law? Do we even understand? And so the idea of what we mean by in some countries they call it First Amendment, in some places they call it free speech. To me, it's hate speech. I come from a country that I've heard hate speech. I come from a country that's a continent. Hate speech is a normal thing. And then when you commodify it with specific individuals owning it, then it becomes a weapon, easy weapon. TikTok, I don't know if you heard this. Most government offices now, you cannot have TikTok on your government owned phones anymore because they're afraid that the Chinese are spying on them or whatever. Communication, and you can shape people's mind. You can, so social media and the understanding of that. Now, you see that we're getting to the top four. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we're getting into the top four, so now we're gonna get ugly, because I was trying to be nice before that. We have to appreciate the positive, and there's always ugly shit that's going on. Um, oh my God, like I honestly think that every African country should kick out every social media thing ever that exists, unless the country has some kind of control over it to make sure that the hate speech is not being amplified. They do that here in the United States for themselves, but they don't do it anywhere else. Like, what the fuck is that all about? Um, and no one is being held accountable. So, like, the more hate that you speak, the more money you make for these
Yeah,
companies.
but the
So,
thing is, Yanita, it makes sense that they would never want that to happen. Because I was just sort of talking to my niece, and we were just talking about like the schools and how some of the teachers can, say things to you when you're a young kid, and it shuts you down because you're like, oh, my teacher thinks this of me, and then the other classmate will start sort of teasing you, and you do not understand how long you carry that in your life because of something that happens to you, because of this hate speech coming at you. They know the psychology and behavior and how to manipulate you to shut you down. So by me telling you, because after all these many decades, can't remember the study what it was called, but they redid it where they back, I think it was in the 60s or 50s, something like that. They provided a doll that, well, they provided a list of characteristics. They're ugly, they're, you know, they're mean, they're criminal, all these sort of characteristics. They're beautiful, they're smart, they're kind, it's that. And then they're like, then they go to the little black girl. Which doll looks like you? You point to the black doll. And so she sees that, oh, but this black doll is ugly, she's hateful, she's evil, she's so you're already putting in these kids' minds that I don't want to be who I am. And so they said they just recently did the study again, and it had pretty much the same results, which sounds like for real.
They're teaching you self-hate, basically. So
yeah. So and that where the hate speech, because they constantly, they do not want you to rise. So every time I could throw something to trip you up, because it's a mental game. It's not a physical
social
game.
Conditioning is what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. And I think social media has been kind of treated differently, and I don't, you know, you cannot blame. Like I tell every African country now, like, no, you don't have Facebook. You have your own Facebook. So
exactly.
If you can control the hate speech that happens, because right now it's festering all over the world. They don't even know what languages people are doing. They're not doing anything.
And again, it's an agenda, and that's the thing about. See, I can look at the hate speech for what it is because I know it's an agenda to you know, keep you from reaching where you're trying to reach.
So my number
for a lot of people, when I say this is the truth,
out of Africa is my point. Is that's my number 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think they should ban all of them, and then they should create their own and then control it their own.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying don't have free speech, but don't allow hate speech either. Like I think that is ridiculous. Like you cannot turn around and be like, kill everybody, and they like, you know, the shit that happens. No, that's not free speech. That's the whole thing. And you call it communism. It's not communism. It's like humanity. Like behave. And then when you allow these companies that are just doing there for business, and so my number 5 is get rid of all social media. Not get rid of them, but create your own and control your own, because they're
based upon your values and your rules.
That's my number 5.
Yeah.
So now we're down to
quick.
4. Oh my God, we're getting like oh, this is getting serious.
Real quick. Yeah.
Number 4.
Okay, real quick. I want to thank John Coffey. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. And again, I want to go to Noel Browning, where he's got a question. We'll get through you to go through the 2023 thoughts and everything else. Our chat right now is about what happened in 2022, so we can end this conversation, go to the 2023. So just be patient with us, and we're going to talk about that. I really appreciate that. Okay, go ahead. Number 4.
Go ahead, Biggie.
Okay, number 4. What I see, what I saw in the 2022 is that the distraction that's being created by the medias. Okay, when some serious stuff is going on one end and everybody's talking about it, suddenly they just pull out and a random thing that is going to give you a tearjerker or anything that's going to be really getting off while everything else has been supposed to be a focus. So I think this is something that I see it happening over and over when it comes to certain things that's happening in Africa. The next thing that they blast you with Ukraine stuff, you know, or they blast the whole media, even the algorithm of the YouTube changes and everything else. So that's one thing that I noticed in the 2022, the disinformation mixed with some kind of information, but it's new information without even finishing with the new one or the old one. You already got the new one that's really killing all the conversation. And people that really follow through different platforms, they're getting disinformed and they lose you lose your thought process. You lose your initial concern when you flagged it. And those of you that work behind and never let go, I really want to give you a good applaud because you stuck to that and fought that until the truth comes out. And that's what I see on that I saw in number four.
Okay. DJ?
I guess I would say self determination. And I mean, in the sense of stop being defined by other people's perception of what you should be. Why is my brother who lives across the lake, the bridge, my enemy? Who created this conflict? And furthermore, why am I keeping this conflict going? Because again, once you self determine who you are, then your oppressor's opinion won't matter anymore. You're going to start looking at what's going to be best for me and my community. How do I resolve my conflicts that's going to enrich everyone? Because here in the West is we are built upon one, the best, the Jordan, the this. So everybody's fighting each other trying to get to that one spot. But that's not how things are set up over on the continent. So my thing is, coming from this side of the pond or whatever, I see the destruction that causes, how it splits up communities, how it splits up family. The Hatfields and the McCoys, I'm better than you, I have more than you, you're this, and it becomes a tier system that always try to make one up someone. And it takes away the sense of community eventually. And that's where we're sort of sitting in the cesspool right now. So my thing is self-determination of what you need, how to get to what you need to get to. Put all the crap down and start resolving that and stop keeping this superficial barrier amongst each other that's not benefiting no one.
Okay. Oh my. So we're number four almost, but I think mine is. I know it sounds crazy because we were talking about 2022, and it's a little bit personal this one, but I was in India, and thank you, India. I could not believe how African India is. You go to India, they're blacker than black people that I've ever seen in my life. First of all, skin color wise, but more than that is the history of southern India where I was at as well. And you should look this one up, Tree of Life in the Mosque of Said, which is Ahmedabad, which is a huge state in the northern part of India. And they were showing me the museums. I keep seeing Ethiopia on the map. They're like, oh, it's very like our family tells us, some kind of thing. I'm sorry. It's a little selfish right here. But then you go to this mosque in the middle of Ahmedabad, and it's like, this is our heritage. And in the plaque, and I shared it with you guys before, and it says, this guy came from Ethiopia and built this mosque and built Ahmedabad in India, which is India. So thank God for traveling. Travel as much as you possibly can in life. You always learn something. I never expected that I was going to learn something about my own history from somewhere else. It wasn't the idea. So yes, having crappy time right now with American Airlines. I mean, airlines in America. I mean, South, whatever they call the airlines company. But in general, travel. Because when you travel, the world becomes smaller. And thank God for us. I know it sounds crazy, and maybe because of the internet, that it's actually much easier to travel. And thank God for the internet that as well, because I've learned so much history about other countries because of the ability to stream a great history podcast or in my car or in on YouTube. But yeah, thank God the world is coming smaller. So my suggestion is travel as much as possible, even physically. If not, you can't do it without doing it because it makes your life easier. So thank God for the internet. I complained about it before, and now I'm actually praising it. So that's number. So now we're number 3. Why don't we start with BJ?
I'll say number 3, educate. Educate yourself, educate your family, educate your community. So much of our history, especially me being over here, we don't know. We don't know how to connect the dots. I mean, the thing about being here is that the narrative is constantly being rewritten at a rapid speed. So what was true yesterday is not true today. And then that truth is going to be something else tomorrow. So it's important to be able to document and educate yourself, your family, your community, to search for, for, like, again, here, our whole history is about the transatlantic slave trade and where were you when the slave and after the trip slave and here's the slave and you were slave and that's it. And it's been over 100 years since we so-called were freed. But we don't know anything about what were we prior to that. We got hints of it, but it's like, and again, because we now live in this world and we rely on these devices so much, they're rewriting these histories at a more rapid rate. They're trying to scrub and erase everything. So it's so important to educate, document, because we have to pass that information on to our children. Because they're being indoctrinated just like we were indoctrinated, just like our parents were indoctrinated. And it's all about, on their side, to keep the system as it is.
Well, all I gotta say is the system is broken, and thank God that we as Africans, I would say, and the continent. I mean, the amazing things what the continent stands for, we can do better. I'm a true believer that I think you have to push people to get there. Leaders are leaders, and you do need a leader. Unfortunately, that's how it works. And then what they stand for, and I mean, it's a process. And I think right now there's a shift. There's definitely a shift about directions of where the continent should go. And I think the younger people, as they should, in their 20s and 30s, are saying, shit, this is my world. This is what I have to deal with. And in the world in general, because they're so interconnected and they're all communicating with each other. And, it's a completely different realm. And I think all governments don't know how to deal with that unless they're using it as a weapon. Anyways.
I got
number 3.
You're on number 3. Before that, I just want to ask a question. Noel Brown is asking, did you see the Ghana president meeting with the rapper Meek Miles, giving him praise for being a good role model?
And that's already a problem. We don't even have to tell me what they said, but that's a problem.
He said, "What do you say?" I guess that's what he's trying to say.
Isn't Meek Mills and one of his artists or whatever? They're on the run.
Well, I mean, but again, it's propaganda. What do I think? It's propaganda. Why are we pumping up a bunch of actors and entertainers, and even the ones, they're not the Sidney Poitiers, they're not the Nina Simones. Look at the music that they even spew out. So once you see that, it's like, I'm okay with him pumping them up, because at least I now see what the president of Ghana is all about. So it's better to see what your so-called leader is doing. At least you know, okay, this is what he's about, versus him keeping it all in the closet and you can't even see it. He's pushing the same agenda. So he's not looking out for you. So that means I got to pivot and do something else.
I completely disagree. I really completely disagree with what you just said. Because I honestly believe that as Africans that we can transcend, you know? Like I don't nobody needs the time to even have these conversations because they're not allowing us to have it. Can you imagine my own university is trying to ban books from like the most basic book you read in high school, for God's sake. They are trying to whitewash and call it for what it is. And that's why I said number three.
Mm.
The whitewash of history is ridiculous. And be careful because these people don't want you to know your history. And that's what they're trying to do. Call it what it is white nationalist racism. And trust me, we population wise, we outnumber them. So no, you have to stop and say no. And then the minute that you do, they try to pressure you, that they try to use like what the fuck is happening in Russia is really genuinely shit that's happening home.
Yep.
No, I don't have time for that. Right? The call
But again,
but yeah, tell that's our biggest problem. We have to stop fighting other people's battles because the battles we have to fight are system critical. So we have to fight our own battles. And then once we're done, maybe I could, donate $5 to your cause, whatever. But we don't have time to be, and that's what we've always done. Jumped in the middle, on the front line, fighting everybody's battle. And once they succeed, all of them turn their backs on us. And then look and say, so why are you in the condition you're in? I don't understand. Because look at how I'm able to do da da da. And we went through all this. And I was there next to you, helping you to get through it. But nobody wants to sit there and remember that. So now it's time to fight our own battles.
Okay, so that was I think 4, right?
Number 3.
We're coming down to the top 3. Oh, this is great. So number 3. Okay, so okay, actually, I'll let you start. Either of you, but why don't you begin your show? Go ahead.
Well, I think it's coming down to the wire, and I've seen so many leadership, meaning not just the Africans, but leadership in the world, how they interact with a certain agenda, and definitely the cat is out of the bag due to the African issues. They try to squeeze it, but they are not able to lay their fingers because the African affairs is very fluid. It's really getting where they think they can get one leader. No, it's not just about him, but there's another one that pops in the south. The other one pops out from the north. All these leadership that they try to strangle the African movement, the equal opportunity to be on the same platform in the world forum. And that is being pushed, but every time they thought they got somebody, they get the Ghanaian that's going to be opposing what's going on in Mali, Burkina Faso, and he's with us. But the next thing that you know, another one is opposite to that, but it's been silent. And now we got the Russian involved in this movement, and then you have another one that's going to be talking about China that's coming. What I see is a turmoil, and everybody want to lay their hand to say, okay, they cannot say it's African fault because they all want Africa, because they cannot really say that it's a faulty link and we're gonna have to really fix it. Everybody is running for that, but when it comes to a point where they're gonna be an alliance, now they're all divided because they have their own issue because of this war. And this war, Ukraine and Russia, is creating so much havoc that, yes, this is the time that they want to get hold of African resources, African things, but they cannot. And the African leadership is like so moving around for them, they cannot put it together. So it created a, a state where nobody knows what they're talking about, literally, because they thought they knew, but they don't. Because then it blurs out. Oh, you know what? The best way to do is to get Africa to be in the Security Council. That's the topic. They want to push Africa to be part of the Security Council in the UN, and so they can strangle one person and hold them accountable for the rest of the 55. It doesn't happen. You already
That kind of ties
divided.
into that kind of ties into the fact that Africa should have a seat, and it will, by the way, at the Security Council.
Yes,
Because Africa has become like the proxy, not in the same way in the past, but a proxy. So, and because China is there, there is going to be, and they have no choice. But the question is, what African country and what entity decides on that? Okay, so that's number three. Thank you. Go ahead, BJ.
Oh, number three or number two?
Number three. We're on number three. No, am I?
I thought we were now on two.
Also, I have not done my number three. Damn. Okay,
Nope.
I'm gonna do my number three. So number
number
three.
three.
Okay, so to me, number three is, oh my God, Ethiopia. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, Ethiopia. I love my country. You are such a mess. Like, unbelievable. I laugh about it, but it's not funny. A million people died in Ethiopia out of dumbness, right? So, to be honest with you, I think Ethiopia was the greatest example of failure. A failure of a great, I thought, country because they thought there was a country. They need to figure out what a country means. Um, I know you probably find it surprising. It's not number one. I don't think that they're that important. They're just a small little part of the fickle part of the global humanity of surviving, just to at least behave like human beings and stop killing each other. Like, craziness, right? Um, and the fact that they actually supposedly signed a peace deal, and I have a feeling that it's from, if you've heard the news, it seems like that they're actually abiding by it. But I'm like, 1 million people died, and it took you like, why did you even do this? Dumbass people. So for the fact that the Ethiopian people supposedly, and they're still fighting. Now there's like almost thing, they don't want to be Ethiopian. The Tigray said they don't want to be Ethiopian. Amara don't want to be Ethiopian. There's no Ethiopia anymore. That's what they're trying to fight. And I cannot believe you're the biggest joke. The biggest joke in the world. And dumbass joke. And so, yeah, I find them number three and not even number one. That means number one has got to be even more evil than what's happening in Ethiopia. But I wish that they will wake the fuck up and look at themselves and realize that they're not doing anything but damaging themselves. So, yeah, Ethiopia number three as a country. A failure to even think. Yeah, so screw Ethiopia right now. But, yeah, I'm Ethiopian, by the way. So, yeah, number three. Go ahead. Number two.
Oh, you're not gonna. He says, "I gotta know that still they're going on it. I beg the difference. This the same president who has been going after those West African countries like Mali for kicking the crooked, corrupt politician ECOWAS sanctioned Mali president now, Mali Ghana president now." And Nana Dream, thank you for joining the Diaspora Talk for the nation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And she said yes, number two. Man. Whew. Number two. We're going down the wire now. Number two. I think what I saw is people losing faith they they've been driven out of their mind. Remember, we're recovering from COVID. As we recover from COVID, and still we have COVID. It's not under control. It's out of control. Still, we have issue people that's dealing with COVID. This this virus is not well understood. Okay, and for me, I see that this virus is going to be lingering for a long time, and they're adding strength. They saying it's mixing, it's coming. We're going to get the bigger one. So what I see on their narrative or anybody narrative from the scientific world and as well for different governments pushing, saying, hey, there's a different strain, and they're putting the people uh, on the verge of uh, losing their self confidence and their model as being human being, the self surviving skills and all that, put out the door by putting fears on people. And when I talk about people, just not the leadership, but the very people that they're leading and echoing whatever the West puts on, and as well confusing it with the fake news and putting people on the edge, literally. Uh, People really not. If you look at the world, the whole Europe, for example, is on the bridge of breaking without uh,
Party pony.
having this energy. Okay, so overall, they're putting fear to the world, and people really losing and looking at they're doing their daily work, whatever that they're doing. Those that cannot work, they cannot work. I mean, there's the day-to-day life became even more fearful because of the fear on what's going to happen tomorrow. That's what I saw, which is very scary when you shaking all these people cannot even understand that if they have a meal today or tomorrow,
All
and the
right, that's
very
that's
people,
kind of scary, bro.
yeah, yeah, it's very scary, and then that's what's being pumped out. I mean, they can pump out for, you know, for a given time, but this thing is, every time that you see on the economy, it said, "Oh, it's going to crash. This thing's going to be there," and people get scared because everybody's not a farmer. Okay, everybody cannot. I can dig out some carrots in here, potato in here. People are living in flats. They don't have homes because they detach from farming. You look at the Holland issue where they're going to be killing about, I mean, closing at about 3,000 farmers. I mean, when you look at the world, they don't want people to farm. They want to be controlled. If they control your food supply, then definitely they will control your mind. So food scarcity. So this is
Well, you're
very
going
scary
way,
for
way,
me.
way far there. So can we go to number two now? So
That's my number two.
yes, you're number two. Okay,
That's
that's
my
quite
number two.
intense. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that one, but maybe. But okay, next. Go ahead, BJ. It's you.
I'll say my number two is forgiveness. We need to sit down and look at ourselves truly in the mirror and forgive ourselves for our shortcomings, for our frailties, for our dreams and aspirations that we were not able to accomplish, for the things that may be lacking in our lives. Because then once I can forgive myself, then I can look across the gate and forgive my neighbor, and so on, and build a bond within my community that I could start seeing the humanity in myself and the humanity in them. Because if we're never able to learn how to forgive, how can we move past anything? So we use all these things that divide us to keep ourselves from connecting with one another, thinking it's protecting us. And we can see over the centuries and millenniums, that has not helped us out. Because we have more in common than we would ever have that is different. So why do we hold on to these differences and give it so much power over us?
BJ, on that, you know, uh, for the forgiveness, right? And you forgive when you know the truth.
Sometimes we just have to forgive to move past the pain, whether we know the truth or
Absolutely,
not.
the truth is not unveiled. The truth is not unveiled thoroughly, because this is not just a black and white truth that we're seeking. No, this is the black and white truth that we're seeking, but what you're gonna get is only one color. And behind that, your forgiveness still has a lingering unforgiveness because it never been mentioned. They just put it on the envelope and say, okay, this is what happened, and forgive that.
Mm.
And human mind cannot function based on false statements for forgiveness. And that's what I
On that note, on
witnessed
that note, on that note,
2020,
on that
2022.
note.
But I
So,
mean, we have to forgive each other. I'm not talking about those other entities, because
okay.
what we have is so much division among each other that we it's like paralyzing us to the point that we can't resolve anything.
No, I disagree. But honestly speaking, thank God. Number two, right? We're going to number two. I'll start number two. Honestly, number two was one of the weirdest things that ever happened, because I thought that everything was just kind of a social media thing that we talk to each other. But not only to meet, but actually be and doing, because there's nothing like that. I was in Ethiopia, right? So, and oh my God, there's nothing like being in Africa in general. In Africa in general, as an African, but that I don't want to talk, I just want to do. And so this year, as I always do, but this one, because I have not been back for 3 years. Oh, it was so nice to be back home. It was so nice to actually see what is happening, and like actually see the people that talk about, not talk about it the way we do, but actually living it and doing. And I'm sure that most of you have not been back, and so it's very difficult. Um, to I don't want to say, oh, if you haven't seen it, you don't know, but I promise you, it's completely a different experience. So please do that first and foremost, because I think it will completely change the way that you talk and speak about it. We complain. I'm a complainer. Um, in a sense that I don't think that they're fighting hard enough. I'm not a militant, but if I have to be, I'm willing to. And I'm not like, oh, be nice about religion and da, da, da. No, I don't have time for that bullshit. I'm a fighter, and so over time, eventually Africans have to do that, fight back, you know, and call them out for what they are. I don't care who they are, what they are. And so this whole idea of being be peaceful, be nice, whatever, I don't have time for that. We've tried that. We've tried that for too long. As human beings, we've tried too long. It's but it always comes down to race, and I don't have time for that. So I'm gonna call them out. I'm not gonna be nice. And if you're gonna keep being nice, then you're not a friend. To be honest with you, I'm trying to make you more militant. When I say militant, I'm not saying go and shoot people, but if they are willing to freaking hold guns and they get away with in the middle of the freaking literally the government, then I should too. Like, I'm not saying, but really? Oh my God, no, hell no. They should
And
not.
I see, I
And
see,
I don't want
another
to
dream.
treat it differently. So until I get treated the same, then yeah, I'm gonna pick up guns too. I'm sorry, I am not gonna be nice anymore. We have to say no more. Not no more and just like, oh, being nice. No, fuck that. No, pick
No,
up
it's
your
not.
guns and say no more. I'm
you
sorry. I've had enough.
you're not done. It's not. Uh, you know,
That's number
again,
two.
yeah, it lies. It lies on
Militant
the truth.
Nathan is coming out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the one that has truth, right? I mean, you
It's
can
the
look at
truth.
it. Yeah, you look at our forefathers. The you know Ethiopia is a pride of Africa. Okay, the whole Africa used to be Ethiopia. Okay, the whole Africa. That was North, Central, South Ethiopia. Whether they like it or not, that was including the Atlantic Ocean. The name was Ethiopian Ocean. Okay, they that's how much they took of being Ethiopians. You understand? Ethiopia is not just for the Ethiopians that we know now. We all Ethiopians in that continent. From the beginning, they shrunk it to that level because that was the
Are we talking
only
about numbers, right? I'm sorry.
number.
Because
No,
I don't
no, I'm
remember.
talking about the truth and the forgiveness and the resilient,
I'm
being
not forgiving
resilient.
shit. I'm being serious. Like I'm gonna be
Yeah.
militant. I don't have time for this bullshit. So number
And,
two is we have to be militant. I don't give a shit. They're playing the
no,
peaceful games. I
what,
don't have
what-
time for that. No.
right, but
You're gonna
but
bring your
remember,
guns, I'm gonna bring mine. So you
yeah,
have
I
to be
mean,
militant, is my point. So my
yeah,
number two is like Africans need to wake the fuck up and
mm,
actually act like they're in a war in
yeah.
general.
Well,
Black people in general.
you know,
Right?
you know that.
So
I'll
I'm
bring
gonna
you.
number two.
Yeah,
Number
number two.
one, go ahead. That's you.
Number one. I was just about to get to the notion about the militant aspect of it, defending. All right, the number one that we spoke about over and over, and I try to even put some series of AU, the African Union, and still, I know Noel's gonna say all the corrupt leadership and everything else. Guess what? Put some money in it. Let's build our own AU. To make your own AU, we're gonna have to buy back from the Europeans. We have to buy back from anybody else that's putting the lobbyists to buy out the AU. When we finance our own AU, when we finance our way out, that's when we can talk about the African Union. But the African Union, like I said, $987 million a budget. It doesn't even run a portion of a small Virginia village. We're not going to be funding it. Then you don't have AU. And that's one of the things. The number one that I talk about, we talked about it throughout the year, is about food security
Oh, we're not number
and
one yet.
military.
You have to wait. No, you can't tell me what number one is for you. All right, number two, BJ, go ahead.
No, we are at number one. You understand?
Yeah, we're number one.
I think it's your number two or number one. Yeah, number two.
Number
We're
one.
number one. He
We're
was
at
doing his
number one.
number one.
I'm doing
No,
my
I mean,
number
come
one.
on, like he just
No.
jumped over the whole entire thing.
I didn't jump.
Because
I
my
didn't
number two was forgiveness. Remember?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ikarta.
So my number one, like I said, is food security and national security for the whole continent. The military, like you said, if you really want to have the militant aspect of it, defending the continent as a unit, as a whole union, we should be one when it comes any African. Okay, let me give you a little history back. This is King Tedros. Okay, King Tedros, he will entertain all these kings, princesses, queens coming to Ethiopia. But when they leave Adulis was the port at that time. he used to wash them and clean them, and all of them appreciated the treatment of King Tedros. But on the backside, you know what King Tedros, why he washes them? Is because he said, even the dust of my country cannot go with them. Do you understand? And he did it over and over. So he used to bathe them, wash their clothes when they are on board of their ship to go back, because he doesn't even want the dust of Ethiopia to go with them.
No, the dust of Ethiopia are Ethiopians acting like they're not Ethiopians.
No, you're not done. No, you're not done. We're gonna go to another conversation. We're gonna go on a different
talking about like they're not Ethiopians. They're Ethiopians.
No.
So until they realize that, they are.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna get back to that discussion. Because this is the number one that we're talking about, food security. And I just brought that as an example. There was a king that didn't want to have any dust of his country to live with them. You understand? It's just was there, physically happened, right? So we started a serious conversation this year, 2022, about food security and the national security when it comes to the military. And I don't know, all of you know, Tanaja, every time we talk food security, Tanaja is there, military security. And this is something that we have to push more in 2023, that Africans really got to tighten up.
That's only respect that they understand, because you know why? They've been always holding guns against our heads. And eventually you have to push back and put guns against their head and say no. And
right.
That's what they cannot freaking stand. And like, honestly speaking, it's nuclear weapons. That's unfortunately, that's the only thing that they understand. Why do you think they deal with Iran? Because Iran, South Korea, a tiny little country with small people, but everybody gives North Korea such a hard time, and they should be, because it's such a no democracy. But it's pushing back. Like, you cannot control us. You cannot bring your culture into us. We want to be Korean. Can you imagine what Korea will be if there were just one Korea? I'm not saying that like pushing back into democracy. That's not the point. You can still have democracy, but like, what is the point? Unless I control you, there is no way you can exist. Is the problem. And eventually we have to say no. No, you cannot. We can have democracy in our terms of what democracy means to us. First of all, we have to understand what the United States of America is. It's not a democracy. It is not. And everybody that tells you that is that they're lying. Because if it was, I swear to God, popular vote, Trump would have never been president. Like, we'll completely, like, so many, Bush would have never been president twice. Popular vote twice. I don't know. So what kind of democracy are we talking about? Like, and who are you to tell us what kind of democracy we should have in our country, in our region, in our place, in our whatever? And on top of that, don't forget, Ethiopia is different, but they're pushing this ideology of democracy to people that is more about I will dominate you. You have to admit to the fact that European Union is just a fucking goddamn United States, and that there's the United States, and they're all white, and they're just trying to dominate this white mentality. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna have it. And so, with the minute that you speak up to that, they either punish you, because they already fucking enslaved you before, mind you. They're still treating you like shit in their own country and all over the world, even though that they say that they no longer have. No. And then we should also be Africans. Oh my God, the shit that we have to worry about. Number two, It's not just them. Worry about China as well. And so, what the fuck are Africans doing? Stand up and hold your balls and act like a man with his balls, with a woman behind you telling you no. You fight back, and so when you do, you get punished. That's what they do to Ethiopia. That's what it's the money. It's like punishing, and we have to stand back and punish them because we have the capacity to do that. So that's what we need to figure out. And so 2023, that's what it should be about. I don't have time, and call it out, and not only call it out, be honest about it. So anyway, number 2. So
that was number 1.
That was number 1. Okay, my God, no, that was not my number 1. So go ahead. I
know. I know you're not done. You're not done.
Oh, that was not my number 1. Number 1 is like it'd be dropping bombs.
Okay, yeah. You're not done. Inside joke. Yeah. You're number 9.
All right. Okay. No, seriously, that was my number 2. Oh my God, you see how much antenna I have, but it's true.
All right. Sometimes we can go back on number 2. Okay, as part of your number 2. We want to hear number 1.
Yes, number 1.
Me and BJ already went. Hold on.
Go.
Yeah. not a dream. She's questioning. Hey, not a dream. I'll tell you one thing. Today, Jonathan is on fire. Put it that way. He wants to end it. He wants to end 2022.
I'm not telling the truth, but it's not that serious.
But I get it, yeah. That I get it. We get you. This rinse and repeat stuff has to stop.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're supposed to
believe me, you're not done. I really want to really say we learned a lot of things out of 2022. Whether it hurts or is happy feeling about it sometimes on certain things that we went through, but we achieved a lot 2022 in Swahili Nation One Africa. We came in to exceed a number that we expected.
Is your number 1? I'll go by you.
Yeah, no. I'm saying in general on what happened to Swahili Nation One Africa and our platform, the way we are really putting everything out there, put the voices out there. A lot of things happened. So that's one thing that I would say. You're on number 2, but I'm pretty sure, BJ, within the number 2, we want to hear number 1 from Jonathan.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Because you know what? I think we went too advanced on the number 1 quick. But number 2 is still there. You concluded. Let's go for number 1. All right, Jonathan, it's your platform right now.
No way.
Yes, way. Yes, way.
Okay, that's.
I love you, Jonathan. You know I love you, right?
But no, seriously, I think in life in general, I think we should all be thankful. I'm a very thankful person. I think sometimes you might think that I'm like, pissing off and go get your guns. Yes, I'm very honest about that, but I think that we should, because we're not being treated correctly in so many ways. And I hope that 2022 has been a learning experience for Africans in so many ways, because it's not necessarily that we're doing well. Yes, some places we are. But most of all, that we're still being treated like, like children. I don't think Africans are children. You have to stand up and, like I said, grab your balls and behave like one, It is a fight. So we're going to number 1 now. So my number 1 thing is, thank God for Ethiopia to sustain itself. I'm sorry. I know you might think that is because I'm Ethiopian, but thank God. Thank God. Ethiopia should have fell. They tried to, excuse me. This is how freaking angry I am. I'm trying to speak.
Oh, don't choke on us now.
I know. No. Seriously. No, honestly. They really want Ethiopia to fail. They do.
Absolutely.
I'm actually I'm getting angry because it's not just about your traditional haters. Like sometimes they don't even think about their own benefit about what they're doing. What really bothered me was other Africans.
Well, yeah, because they've been,
No,
it's the
honestly,
rinse and repeat, and how much we have been brainwashed into
yeah,
believing all this
Egypt. This is
propaganda and
a
BS
country
that's
they want Ethiopia
totally
to
against
stay
our own best benefit.
look, it is the truth, and they really wanted us to die as in a country, and they did everything they possibly can.
But Yanatan, doesn't it make sense because you were the ones that they never
And
defeated?
guess what? It was not about Ethiopians trying to defeat these countries. I'm pissed off about the fact that I'm not pissed off. I mean, I know that we'll always stand. But the fact that other African countries undermine other African countries, that
Exactly.
Europeans, I'm not surprised. But African countries, but then
Mm-hmm.
that pisses me off.
Oh
And
yeah,
they're still doing it.
yeah. We're on the same plane with that. We're on the same plane.
The number one thing that I say is thank God. Thank God. Most African countries stood with Ethiopia. I know that we'll never ever explain it, but I'm telling you, I swear, if it was not for all these African countries that stood with Ethiopia, Ethiopia would have fell. So thank God for that. The African unity. There is this thing that we don't understand, but it's still there. Not good enough for me, but like I swear to you,
But it's an awakening, and so hopefully it will
thank God
spread.
for that. Thank God for that. Don't forget, the reason that there is this peace deal right now is because Ethiopia insisted that we're not going to allow the UN, we're not going to allow the EU or anyone to get involved. We're going to do our shit, right? So they had like a previous president, like Kenyatta from Kenya, and he was just, they were both in Eritrea as well, and I'm sorry, in Tigray rather, and watched everything, and they said, okay, it's true that they're making sure. Yeah, thank God. When we talk about let Africa take care of its own issues, it matters, and Africa did, and thank God for that, because
And we have to endorse that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Endorse
thank
it.
them.
And we have
should
to
thank
push
them
it.
and call it out. Yeah,
And
Yeah.
you need to spread it on every paper, on every billboard, on every streaming. You need to keep making sure everybody know this is what we've done, and it can be done over and over again.
So for me, number one is honestly is Africans finally said no more.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And so
This is the year. This
Yeah.
is the year
exactly.
that Africa said no. And
So-
the youth is doing a fantastic work
Yeah.
on fighting back.
Amen
And
to
I applaud them. Every corner, all my African brothers, my youth, I applaud you for putting up the fight.
Absolutely.
You've seen, for me, the 2022, it was the most crucial moment for Africa to rise, for Africa to demand. And thank God we have the youth that are, you don't need 1.3 billion people to rise at the same time. The very few that came in out of it and come into the leadership and bringing Africa to where she needs to be recognized. It's so sad. Africa is the largest continent.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has. They try to claim how small Africa was on their maps, but guess what? They try to change the history and everything else. Now we are in the era we can measure, we can calculate, we can think, we can push the boundaries. And when it comes to financial situation, we can prevail.
Yes.
We have the money.
Yes.
It's just how we manage our money.
So on that note, I
and
have
our
to tell you,
resource.
like one of the greatest things that happened when I was in Ethiopia, and again, I think one of the most amazing things you should always do is go home. I always go home. It's like my normal thing every year, and I missed 3 years because of COVID or whatever. And then when I was there, I was not expecting to see your your player. Honestly, it was just so amazing.
Mr.
Really,
Mika.
honestly, really honestly. Then to be there and do all that stuff, and then see him and hang out with them, and not just you have to understand the whole entire time that we're there, we're talking about like what we're planning to do with like big people in the sense like people that are talking about the stuff on a serious note. This is the next generation of people that are gonna do like how they handle the government and and it was amazing. I
You
have to
know,
for that.
this is a year
But
also,
the thing
Jonathan.
is that what
Actually,
you
the year
guys
of
are doing is still amazing because they can't, you guys didn't really add that in as far as how your media presence has allowed those things not to happen, because now you're showing the truth of what's going on in Africa. Before, they could just make it look like, okay, look at all these children, soldiers, and the dog is going on, and all the so that's only people's vision of Africa, thinking, oh, they're dying, and look at the flies. But once you show your truth, you can't hide it no more because people have already seen it. So then you started looking back at it and like, oh, you guys been lying to us all along.
yeah.
This is
So
what it really
I
is.
think I have to add that to number one because honestly, I think that was probably the most because you guys have to understand. I know you might kind of like take this a little bit like a funny way, but meaning like amazingly, like this is like a little small little pocket of the international. I don't want to call it media, but like what people, But I swear to God, if you saw how the shit was going on down in Ethiopia with Addis Ababa, walking around with this guy, it was amazing. And then that leads into conversations. I don't know. It's always about
Right.
these conversations. So whenever I was around with Mr. Bear, he was crazy. Like it was out of control. But and then it was also having these conversations about not Ethiopia, Africa. It was always about Africa, and Ethiopia was a part of the conversation. And mind you, like Ethiopia is going through all this shit. So yes, again, I'm gonna say, I'm telling you, the younger generation is having a different conversation. They're totally in a different place. Um, and sometimes like, how do you create them to have these conversations and do their thing so they become uh, politicians because they have to, right? So um, it's a long process, but not just Ethiopians, but Africans in general. You cannot just be talking about it. You have to become it. You have to rule, like meaning you need to rule these countries or offices. So it is a
Yeah,
process, yeah. But I'm not into like talking the bullshit. I'm like, how do we get there? Instead of these push all these old people out, that are not doing their job and do it correctly without being an evil person. And it is a process. It's going to be a long
one
process.
thing is
So thank God.
is let
Number
go
one,
of the power.
yeah.
Jonathan.
So number one is thank God that that's what's going to happen. So,
You
all right.
know, Jonathan. When I say this is that the old become the old, and the young takes over. You understand? This is the path where the old should abdicate the role as the leadership, but the mentorship. Whatever that they
Yeah,
experienced in their life,
absolutely,
they have
Biggie,
to download it.
because we have to leave them, something to carry on with that baton versus, you know, so that they have a foundation, so that it's not that they're not always constantly rebuilding from square one.
Hmm. Because we're the oldest continent and our eldest. have information that they need to download by abdicating and give the responsibility for the next generation. That is the problem, because you have comfort, but the comfort they already have everything to comfort them in their life as leaders. And at the same time, now it's time to really download information, non corrupt information on where they left it and where they're going to be giving it up. Because if you see certain places on what we call about the African resources and how it's been misused and abused, they literally a slavery that's going on to get those resources. What they call factory, I think it's Shakbala, and that place, 15,000 people are digging by hand to
Oh my
get,
God.
and they call it it's an industrial complex. So this is 2022 yet as we speak, right? But this has to end.
Yes. And I was just talking to someone that said, and this is where they fool us with their terminology and words and reinventing a new name for the same thing. Slavery never ended.
Slavery is still there.
And it's still here. And because people, that word gets people up in arms, they had to change it to something else. And now we're going to call it industrialized or sharecropping or well, they're working for, wages, but the wages are slave wages or nothing at all. Child labor is still going on out here, but we'll just gloss it over and call it something else, or don't show no pictures of them. So you think it doesn't exist.
Go back to the same shit. I think that you need to call out people for what they are.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I am so sick and tired of why people try to treat me like shit. Like, I know it sounds like, oh my God, you're just like being a desperate person that just finds everything. No, these motherfuckers are racist and they're trying to kill you. From the Supreme Court down to the fucking bottom, call them out. Like, you cannot do this. This is gotta stop.
But like the saying goes, call a spade a spade. A spade is still a spade. They haven't changed, so why are you changing your view of them? They're still doing the same thing.
About that bullshit, which is a lie because they're trying to like you. I'm telling you, you have to call them out. Not only call them out, and then call it out for what it is. Every single time they say Ukraine, say Addis Ababa.
Yep.
Say,
that's what we're gonna meet.
And then we'll talk about the bullshit. Because otherwise you're a liar.
Yep. And again, if you're telling me not to say, that means, I'm supposed to keep your dirt under the rug. What kind of bullcrap is that?
What? You have to hold them out to the fire. And so
expose it.
A difficult thing to do. But call them out to the fire. I'm sorry. I am not. I refuse to.
Don't be sorry.
I need.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't be sorry because 2023.
Seriously, where the fuck were you when you were burning down Afghanistan and you knew it was illegal and then you left? Why don't we call out to that? I mean,
and how many decades were all these different entities over there? And I still ain't got. Well, I know Poppy Seed was one of the things, but what we still never really got. What were they over there trying to extract? You talking about what? That started what in the 70s, 60s?
They didn't care. Like, I don't care either. Like, no, I'm sorry. No. And then if I don't, that you're gonna punish me? No. Again, you gotta clean up your own backyard. I ain't got time to clean up yours. There's no reality to your own thing. Your thing is about only you. That never has anything to do with me because tomorrow it could completely be different. And you'll burn me down to the ground. So that means that you have no heart. Your whole entire thing is about me.
All right. One thing that I would say for 2023, right? If
I didn't get a chance to do my number one.
Anyway,
right.
so
I was continuing to that, but you're right.
We did number one, right? So
she didn't say her number one yet.
We did,
number
right?
One.
So I did my number
not BJ.
Because I was very mean. So I was very real. Like I think I say what I'm saying.
I think Jonathan already said it. He wants to end this year, 2022. Moving on to 2023. Number one, BJ.
Love. My number one is love. Love yourself enough to fight for what is yours. Love yourself enough to not ask someone forgiveness for putting your needs above everybody else's. We have to stop being asked for permission for what is going to benefit us. We have to come together to create the world that we know is going to benefit our children and be unapologetic about it. We don't need to go to someone else to ask for permission for doing what's best for us. Love yourself enough to say, I'm okay doing things the way I see fit to do it, and I don't need your permission to make it happen.
Wow. Yes. One thing that I would say, a lot of things comes in mind. A lot of things. For me, to add in the beginning of 2023 for our continent is hashtag game over, no more.
Hashtag no more.
Yep.
Game over.
Game over.
Can I just finish up on that conversation? So if you live in the United States of America, get your gun. Because I promise you, I don't trust these motherfucking white people. Period. I know it sounds like a very scary thing that I'm saying, but it's the truth. Look at how they're acting. And this is policy. And these motherfuckers are going to come and be the House of Representatives of America. And they're the most racist people I've ever seen in my life. And, I mean, are you ready? No, I don't think you're ready. The only way that you get ready is with guns. I'm sorry, African Americans need to get guns. I'm sorry, it's the truth. I don't want to fight.
Well, what do you think the Constitution? Why the Constitution is in the Constitution for carrying guns?
So, for white people, but not for blacks. So.
Oh no! When it comes to America, they didn't say black or white. When it comes to guns,
no, black people have been buying illegal guns, and if that's what it takes, I am sorry. I am not ready. I know. Nobody wants this fucking war. Yeah. But if you want to...
But again, that's your Second Amendment. No. That you can do that. But remember now, okay, you're going to in Africa.
You have to be honest about what's going on.
No. What I'm saying is, when you go to Africa... America. Check it out.
That they would even elect a person like Trump tells you enough.
Yep. You're not...
These people are not trustworthy. Yeah. At all. They're crazy. And
but no. You understand the thing is this: everybody who's been put in power is there to uphold the system as it always has been. What we failed to realize, based upon all these amendments and these executive orders, we think, oh, they're writing me into it. No, This system is designed to keep the system up, no matter what. You were not a part of it, and they would turn every law, amendment, or whatever against you if it doesn't meet their agenda.
Absolutely.
And that's where we get
fact.
fooled by thinking we're in a democracy and
in
all this other crap.
Pennsylvania, for God's sakes, Pennsylvania? You kidding me? The heart belt of what you call a heart belt, it's gone, and they don't know what to do with it. Meaning, they're completely lost. They are like grabbing to anything that makes them feel better. We don't have to feel better because we know. The fact is the fact. We've been here. We've been here for what? Thousands and thousands of years. If you go around the world, you know, the whole thing about, I had this conversation earlier, the idea of like you're going to play the World Cup and then all your fucking players are African. They should be African. They should be playing for Africa, not for these motherfuckers that enslaved you. You know, I'm just saying. So, like, you need to wake up. I'm sorry, my language is a little harsh, but it's true.
No, it's okay. It's okay, because again,
I hope you leave it in 2022. Leave it in 2022.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to get up and start in 2023.
It's like, you know, you're blurring it out.
So when you're an African player, like if you're gonna go play for France, play for France. Don't fucking play and call yourself an African. I find it very, to be honest, shameful. Especially France, the most ridiculous place. In a lot of ways, they don't want to admit to the fact that they are racist. But they tell you, oh, no, don't know colors. No, you could be that. Bullshit. Because
propaganda.
Walking in there, you're looking at me as I'm black. But then you want me to put down like I'm nothing? No. I know what you're doing. You have to call them out. You have to call out the absolute ridiculous, crazy, racist bullshit. And if you don't, then you're a part of it. To me, I have never, ever in my life, ever thought of myself anything except Ethiopian, because that's what I was. I was toward that, you know. And it shames me. The fact that even Ethiopians sometimes look at themselves differently, and that bothers me. And now, many, many years later, oh my God, they're doing that on purpose. They want you. These are the books. Africans have never looked at themselves, everything as Africans. As Greeks wrote this thing called Ethiopia.
But you know, but Jonathan, we have to stop valuing another man's pebbles and looking like it's gold, and looking at that gold as if it's nothing.
And be very honest about it as well. You know? Anyway, so it's shocking.
That is the truth.
Yeah. I want every African to, like, I told you earlier, like, do your DNA in front of me, and I just want to see how the results come out. I know for a fact that you'll be like, oh shit, you know, I'm African.
But you know, as I say, you know, beginning of all my shows, I always said that, you know, every time it comes up is that no African shall raise an arm against another African. I always said that because your DNA will disappoint you. You raised your arm against your own cousin.
And therefore we have to stop this self-hate. Stop hating who you are.
That's right.
Now these murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and all, they don't look in the mirror hating who they are. They love themselves. They think they're the best thing that ever came on this planet. But we sit up there and hate ourselves. And, oh, look at me, and I'm this, and my hair, and my this. It's insane. You know, like Amazing Grace, I refuse to even sing that song because when you start looking at a wretch like me, I'm not a wretch. I haven't hung anybody. I haven't enslaved anybody. Why am I singing this song?
Because you're black, whether you like it or not, girl.
I don't know what I am. So again, they won't give me my paper. So I'm not claiming nothing another man doesn't define me as.
The census. It's ridiculous. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, what the fuck is that? it doesn't mean anything. Okay, this is a rape country that was taken over by white people and called it for what it is. And now we're in the United States of America. We love it. We come here. I get that. I definitely get that. But call it what it is. You cannot just brainwash yourself out of it. It is the truth. The truth might hurt, but at least it probably will help you not do the same bullshit again. And that's what they don't want to deal with. By the way, in case you have kids, they're telling your own freaking high school kids not to even learn about slavery, basically. I mean, this is just shocking. This is the fucking United States. What? This is not a United States. It's a fucking white state America.
Yeah, and my thing with that is, what are you fearing so much to erase someone's history? What are you so afraid that's going to be exposed?
Yeah, I have no problems calling. I call it in my school. I teach that way. I'm telling you, I don't play around with that. I call it for what it is. It doesn't hurt to call it, but call it for what it is. And then I'm so fucking exhausted of trying to constantly teach people that there is a place called Africa, and they think it's a country. It's not a country. And then you have to teach them about the different countries within Africa, the different languages, why it's different, what happened in Africa. I'm exhausted, you know? Like, honestly, we should not be exhausted about teaching our own history, especially when we're Africans ourselves.
Well, I mean, but it would make you exhausted because so many of us are trying to fight against the truth.
I've had enough.
They just so in love with the lie that they will do anything to keep it going.
Well, they do, yeah. So on that note, we did number 1, so there is no number 0. But like again, like I am exhausted, and I hope in the new year that us as Africans, as human beings that are just human beings, whether you're whatever you are, Irish, Italian, you know, Black African, from all the different countries that it could possibly be, meaning Black African, is that no, we are not less than you, you know. No, we're gonna rule you. That's not what our thing is. But like, I could have a job over you, you know.
And don't feel sad.
Exactly, deal with it.
Yeah.
Because it just happens to be that that's what your job is, you know, and that you can't even think like that, you know, for them, because to them it's completely different. And then to get there is going to be a long trip. I hope in 2023, for a fact that it's going to go back to the normalcy. It's not that we have not been there before. We'll go back. Trust me, we'll go back. I don't ever look at it as like it never existed. It has existed. It's been, you know, all you have to say is the Egyptians, right? They talk about the Egyptians and the pyramids, and let the Egyptians know that they're Africans as well. We need to teach them as Africans, because sometimes they've been brainwashed not to believe in themselves as Africans because they've been told they're something else. They're Africans.
But Jonathan, the thing is, once Africa rises, everybody gonna say, I'm African. There's only reservations. The oldest person, Lucy, was in Africa, so I'm African too. That's just the way the game is going to play out. And that's why I know people are saying whoever's in power, they want to associate themselves with the power. My problem with associating the people who are in power, these are murderers, liars, and thieves, and they raped my ancestors, and I don't want to be associated with nothing to deal with any of that. And therefore, I'm not drawn to fall into that narrative, but a lot of people are.
I just want to say for white people right now, like, honestly, I'm not being an evil person about you. I honestly don't give a shit about you because you don't give a shit about me in a lot of ways. And I'm going to call it out. And if you don't like it, I don't give a fuck. But I'm going to be honest. We cannot keep going on and on and on and on. South Africa, for example, the fact that South Africa should be African, they're not still to this day. Oh my God, I what they're doing to Africa.
One thing that Jonathan and BJ, I want to show you, and I want to share this little short video about the cobalt mining, and this is just one of the simple example of what's going on in Africa when they call it a company, and I wanted to share it because this is very important that all Africans should see.
That everybody needs to know the truth.
Absolutely. You ready? There we go. You see my screen?
Not yet.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my screen is there. I'm gonna play because this is a short video.
This is the bottom of the supply chain of your iPhone, of your Tesla, of your Samsung. I mean, I'm just naming those companies. It's all of them, right? All of them. I'm not just picking on them. And here's what you need to know, Joe, about this video. I was the first outsider to get into this mine. And that's why it's just a really short video that I was able to take. This is an industrial cobalt mine where there's not supposed to be one artisanal miner. Now, that's the term used for people who are just digging by hand as opposed to tractors and excavators. There's not supposed to be one here. That's what the story is told at the top of the chain. This mine, and I can name it, it's called Shabara. There's not supposed to be one artisanal miner here, according to the consumer-facing tech companies and EV companies buying this cobalt. Lo and behold, I walk into this place, and this is what I see. There's more than 15,000 human beings crammed into that pit.
This is so crazy to see.
This is the bottom of the supply chain of your iPhone, of your Tesla, of your Samsung. I mean, I'm just naming those companies. It's all of them, right? All of them. We're not just picking on them. And here's what you need to know, Joe, about this video. I was the first of this mine. And that's why it's just a really short video that I was able to take. This is an industrial cobalt mine where there's not supposed to be one artisanal miner.
So what are you going to say about that?
Oh my God.
It has to be, that has to constantly be pushed out to everybody so that they know. The problem with things today is that we're so disconnected from the supply chain or who is affected or who's doing this, that we think, oh yeah, no, this is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You know, everything is up and up. There's laws and there's regulations and there's rules. No, there's not.
Again,
we need to be conscious that for everything that we buy, we should make sure that I'm not feeding into this beast.
Listen, can I ask you a quick question? Like, who do you think is feeding them? Like, who's giving them money to behave that way?
The World Bank, the IMF, and the monetary funds, all these corporations and governments.
Listen,
things have not changed. Things have not changed at all.
Listen, I pay $3-4 for a cup of coffee every day, and I get mad. Like, honestly, I can make it myself. But it's not even the point. It's what pisses me off. Is like, oh my God, what is? And it's Ethiopian coffee, and they have the sign. Ethiopian coffee is more expensive, like $6-7, okay, for a cup of coffee. And I'm like, what is the Ethiopian farmer making?
Yeah.
Bullshit. I'm telling you, there is a whole entire bullshit happening. It's just the technology part, just even basic like shit. Like
and that's why I'm like, we gotta stop and start exposing the propaganda. Then I say, well, we fair trade to who? I mean, they find every little gimmick they can come up with to get you to pay more for something, thinking you're doing something conscious when all you do is putting extra money into their pockets, and it's never landing in the people who really supposed to have it.
Free trade for so long on certain things like coffee, for example, and leather or whatever, and then the minute that they feel that you, as a freaking democracy, are behaving yourself, and it's not because of their own personal interest, they will say, oh no, we're going to cut it off. And that's what they did to Ethiopia, for example. So, which is completely upended really, honestly, unless I'm like slave to you, like call them out, because honestly, it's not about the fairness alone. I'm sorry, it's freaking white nationalism, and they call it that itself.
And the thing is that today you have to show it. You have to it's like when you live in a house, and I grew up in a house with roaches, and in the middle of the night, and I wanted some water, I turned on that light, and woo, did I see them scatter? If you expose the light
And
on
that's it. They
them,
will
the
tell you, oh,
roaches
it's
would
the
scatter.
Chinese. But they will tell you the Chinese are doing the same thing. Yeah, but then you know what? Ethiopians and every African country should also behave that way about the Chinese as well. I'm not saying it's, perfect with them, but no, there is none. The racist part of it is not coming from anywhere except one-sided. It's Europe and the United States. Call it out. They pretty much try to destroy every look. Listen, I just gave you from the list in the beginning, right? Like we're number one now, and I'm just telling you how crazy it is. But look at everything that happened the last year. They went everywhere. The United States has been everywhere. The French have been everywhere. That was
Yep,
just part of that
yep.
whole entire thing. Mali, Ethiopia, Kenya. Even Kenya, when they finally decided, thank God, they admitted to the fact, peaceful. But they're everywhere. And then, well, the minute that you point out the fact that they are the problem, they freak out. Look, how dare you? Is what they tell you.
Oh
We give you the most money. We're the ones that give you like free food.
yeah,
Like fuck
yeah.
you.
And you're giving me the most money, and you're taking 85% of that money right back. So how are you giving me anything?
We
And then
have to say no to that, right? So no more free food. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Always, let's put the word game over. No more.
game over. No more. Hashtag no more.
Yep. No more. And I think that's going to be exposing the truth. You know, I'll tell you my honest truth when it comes to the iPhone, right? I'm in the telecom industry. I launched systems, and they launched it in and what I saw was Apple coming into the game of the cell phone late when everybody's doing 4G. They came in as a 3G phones, and I'm like, what is this late arrival? And at the same time, coming in with 3G, and they just introduced the casing because that was the slimmest phone that they can present, and everybody going crazy about how slim the
Mm-hmm.
appearance, the marketing,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody went on it. I said that thing is not going to give you what you're supposed to have now on a 4G level, but nobody
Exactly.
ignored it. Everybody ignored it. Then the
Because
next
they
thing is
convinced them they had more value because iPhone was on the top of it.
right, exactly. So the all this money that came in, one evil helping the other evil, and what I heard is when Steve Jobs said about Bill Gates giving him 150 million dollar for his research and development, and when he came out to the iPhone, when they come in on the hip, and when they came in with their Mac, the Air Pro, and all that, um, he told them, "Oh, we could have done that." I said, "Damn, you got the other evil that gave him the money. He's biting the hand that feeds him. Eventually, when it comes to the iPad now, they cannot have the developer tools because that's when Bill Gates did. That's the game, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the saddest part that put me, I had different type of phones, Nokia, all the Samsung that you can think about. It,
Motorola.
they're all Motorola's and everything else. I had no problem. But when I saw what they did to the Chinese employee when they
Yep.
work on that fiber, no mask, no nothing, thousands
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
sick out of that. That really put me off.
Oh
To the day, I still have Samsung. If Samsung is doing something else, I'll drop them just like that. I
yeah.
would
Oh
drop.
yeah.
And
Absolutely.
so that means when you look at it in that aspect of it, and I showed you this video on what's happening in Africa, and Nana Dream asked me what the government is going to do about it because the government is going to say I got 15,000 people employed. You understand?
And
And
the biggest fear about it is that now what are they doing over here? Electric this, electric cars,
right,
Wi-Fi
and
refrigerator. What do I need a washing machine hooked up to the internet for? So everything is going to need these resources. So it's going to balloon. So you have to, like, again,
so they can count your load.
You got to get that poison out before it kills you.
Right. And they're going to say, one day, BJ, you're using that washing machine too much. And this is supposed to be the average. So they're collecting data on everything that we do.
So when they want to shut it down, they're going to shut everybody down all at the same time. Fahrenheit 451, here and now. You got 1984, live and in living color. It's all about being able to control everybody. And we just run into it because it's in a nice, cool, sleek package. And my favorite athlete is promoting it, so I got to have it.
You know, this is the era. You know, we enjoy technology, but at the end of the day, it's going to harm us.
Yes, because again, I know where you're at right now, Biggie. Look at where the stores, they're now talking about McDonald's is going to have robots flipping the burgers. And I always said that, fine, get them robots. Let them robots buy your product. Now you go into most of the stores, you do not have cashiers anymore. The regular worker can't find jobs anymore. They want to act like, oh, because they don't want to work. No, you're pushing these people out for a reason, to push your agenda.
Yeah, the whole agenda of the AI services is to not us to live comfortably, and eventually is the reduction of population.
And beyond that, control. Because if I can get a machine to do everything, and you're totally dependent upon the machine, I could click the on-off button with just a flick of a switch. Versus having a man who has to come out to your house and try to knock on your door and get into it to turn off your whatever. No, I could just sit here at my nice little table.
So you need resources, right? You need resources to make this happen. And when those resources come, Africa. If Africa controlled the resources, they will control the mind on what's going to happen. Because if your cobalt get expensive, you're not going to have the luxury to expand on different things. You have to pay more. If you pay more, is it affordable to the market?
But even the more or less and all that other stuff, that's just superficial anyway, because they control the value by a switch of a whatever. The thing is with Africa is that the one, even in things not being fully developed, the blessing is that you guys can't be controlled as easily as the rest of us.
BJ, the price of gold, the price of gold is not the right price.
Yeah.
Because mining gold takes a lot. It's a lot of panning. Whether you got machines or anything else, it doesn't matter. That part of processing the gold versus
as a manual process.
The pricing that is there, because they want to cap it.
Yep.
It's just like the Russian oil right now. If you buy Russian oil, it's going to be $60 what is that, a barrel, right? So they start capping things, and the truth came out. The truth is coming out. Oh, what is the value, the exact value really, if you're going to be working it that way and bring it to the pricing in the Western world, when you're panning, you're doing everything else, it's still your numbers don't add up. But yet, you're putting all these workers out there by hand instead of getting the machine to do some of the diggings and everything else. So that means you're really using manual labor. If you're using for manual labor, you're going to pay more because of the time and all that. But they pay them under on what they're supposed to be paid compared to the extraction of what they're getting out as resource: gold, cobalt, copper, all these high mineral. Forget the diamonds and everything else. But all these diamonds and everything else have extreme value to them. on what they can be used, not only just for jewelry, but a lot of
Oh yeah,
applications.
because diamonds is
Right.
in a lot of electronics as well.
Right. But diamond, you find it, and then they're nuggets. You don't process it like gold. You understand? To find
Right.
gold, there's a lot of process to it. A diamond, you find it and you will see that nugget. You don't have to put it through harsh processes and everything else in
To
order to
extract.
find, to extract it. You understand? It's either there or it's not there. But the gold, you have to search it. You're gonna refine it. You're gonna play with it, your pan, get all that water running. It's a lot of process. So the very first thing that they did is
What happened to Yanata?
I guess he dropped
Okay.
internet. He probably ran out of battery too.
Which is okay.
You need more cobalt.
See, it's already affected us.
You're gonna kill me.
They pushed the button and turned them off.
so the rating, even on when it comes to the gold, the highest prices, the trading commodity. For anything else, gold is supposed to be on the highest level, but they put a cap on it, and they try to keep it that way because there's a lot of countries that have more gold than you can ever imagine, and they still have.
And they don't want them to gain power.
No.
Therefore, we're going to
look at the road from I believe it's from Riyadh to the whole road. When they built it, it is built on a gold mine. But they don't know that all that gold. You understand?
Right.
So not only they got the oil, now they got the gold. And this is high carats gold. We're talking about high 22, 24 carats. And at the same time, along with that comes the potash. And imagine the wealth of gold that is around the world itself. And when you put a cap on it and dominate the market that way. So that means your dollar, is it backed by gold? No. Is some other country backed by gold? Yes. They have to have a certain amount of gold because they cannot print money without it. So when you look at it on what's going on in the continent and the way to balance out the price of gold and all the resources, when Africa takes control of her resources and how she's going to be selling it based on this little video that I showed you, 15,000 people or more that are in that same pit getting the cobalt, convert that to the minimum wage. Okay, how much each would be working, and
that shows how critical it is for the continent to start developing itself. Because once you could do that, and I'm not totally dependent upon being in his mind to feed my family, then I have more power because it says, "Oh, okay, you don't like those terms? Fine. Everybody get up. Go down where we have another area that you can start working, and we will shut this stuff down." And this is why they keep things like they do, because if you have no other options, you're forced to say, only way I can feed myself is by being in this pit. Yeah. And that's what has to change. That has to change.
And who's going to change it?
It has to be the people who are there.
We, the people.
Yes.
Are the one that's going to put that out.
Yes.
And
hashtag no more.
The world. Yeah. And everybody should be aware about it. It's like, you remember that there was a movie and all that. Actually, it was the true story, Blood Diamond.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
They made it so a big deal and everything else. Hey, how about black cobalt?
Oh, yes.
You know, what you really driving and what you
yellow gold.
You know what we are using and what we're consuming. Being aware, not to promote the evil.
Yeah.
By the product
and expose the blood diamond. expose the blood cobalt.
Yep. And that this is how it is. You know, we have to understand that whatever that you have, and if it comes from Africa, it is exploited the same way like the 15,000 that I showed you today.
And that's why it's so important to put a light on it. You have to put a light on it. You know that our attention span is, especially now versus in the past, our attention span is so short. By the time you get to the front door, we done forgot about everything that just happened within the last year. So you
Hmm.
constantly have to keep the light and keep exposing it and keep exposing it and keep pushing in people's front of people's faces, because only then will they connect the dots.
Yep. That's this is what I look forward, and that's what I wish Jonathan was here. Um, is the what is the future of Africa, and what is the steps that we have to take into the 2023. We have so many things that happened in Africa within the last year, 2022. A lot of great ideas, a lot of, even though we have our downtime, but at the same time, these great ideas still popping. Nobody's showing those great ideas. Nobody's showing the progress because we're still being dumbed and being un unidentified, just like they did in our history, cover-ups. Nothing comes out from Africa, and that's one thing I looked at it. Really, nothing comes out from Africa. It seems like you don't know anything about what you're wearing, what you're using, because all these things comes from Africa.
Well, but see,
All,
they always want, you know,
all the
see,
ideas.
the whole story behind why we're freed. We still don't know the whole picture, but they, of course, did they propaganda to spin it the way they did. And I only use that as an example is that unless you tell your own stories and expose your own truth, people will fall into the trap of believing the hype.
Mhm.
And as long as they want, and that's how they get to control everything. Well, people ain't gonna believe what you have to say. Oh no, no, they ain't gonna think the children. We say there's such things as, these, the World Health Organization, and how we're here to protect the sanctity of children. They're gonna believe us because we told them we're protecting everybody. That's why you have to constantly expose the truth.
And I think we can do that, but this these exposures, right? Um, the the continent as it uh, is to bring one nation, okay, to be in one nation, one continent, right? And in order to build the continent, we have to have the grassroots, and how we already got a background histories. There's a lot of things that have been destroyed in the process, but identifying those things, and even Jonathan was me and Jonathan had the earlier conversation before the show, where we like you really want to know who you're kidding. You really want to know who you're doing damage, and take a DNA test. So that means we're talking about the honored leaderships. Okay, if you really take all these leadership takes a DNA test, they're all over Africa. You understand? They their DNA will show, east, west, north, south. They're all over. So that tells you if your DNA is there, and you presenting your nation, so you're gonna have to have a bigger heart. Not only your nation, and to give for Africa and what you can help as being African, as being a united Africa. This DNA, it shows you. Let's say it can be for entertainment, whatever. But the minute it shows that you're still African, you still have the blood of the next neighboring country, that should give you a warmth that, hey, I wonder I'll get along with my neighbor. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, and
It's
that's
like,
why we say we have to
eh,
love
but
ourselves and love each other. Because if I love you,
mhm,
I'm going to fight for you. I'm gonna make sure. Okay, I got a sandwich. I'll split it in half. You get the other half. Oh, your
Yeah.
children doesn't have food to eat. You know what? I got this stuff sitting in my cabinets that I'm not gonna use. Here, you can have it. Once you build that connection, when you say so and so is coming over here and they about to do, baby, I'm putting my shoes on now. I'll be over there in 3 seconds. We will fight for each other. So we have to love each other in spite of our differences.
No matter what, and that's the first thing to I put it the first right is that when it comes to helping, you have to exercise to go beyond just helping yourself. Because to help, actually, you really got to help yourself. It cannot be aware of the hurts and the pain of others unless you really take care of yourself and looking at the other side, say, you know what, I can share this, I can do this. If the world put their love up front, the peace seeking, their being of sharing on what they have, this world would have been a different world. But it's been naive for me to say that because that's not the way it works. You know, there's a lot of give and takes. There's a lot of pretentious uh, being there for you, but never been there for you. There's so many things that complicates being, you know, human. Let alone to be African and trying to make these kind of exercise. First, like you said, you got to take care of yourself. Then it's like in the airline, they'll tell you before you put the oxygen mask on somebody, put the oxygen mask on you so you can help other because no oxygen you did, so you never help anybody. But again, you know, this is something that I want to look forward in the 2023 is the unity and the thought is a common thought and processes and mind for the unity of Africa. The unity of Africa is the union that you have with your neighbor first. I look at it. There was a question by Marie Antoinette. I didn't see Marie Antoinette today. May Xavier bless her and be safe. But again, she asked, you know, about this understanding uh, about being human and helping one another, caring for one another. So she asked, is it better off for Africa to start off regionally, right? That was one of her questions, like the
Yeah,
ECOWAS
probably. I mean, because if
the
you think about
Confederation.
America, that's how America started off, was regional, and then
Yeah,
it moved.
and it moves. And I said, yeah, that was the basics. But at the same time, with the regional, we have to ensure that the regional, each regional nations that are put together, they are really down to take care of their people, because just
Right.
join a regional, it doesn't make you
Because you
regional.
don't want to have
Actually,
them join together and just keep the same agenda going as,
exactly.
okay, yeah.
You know, the Eastern Conference, for example, Confederation of Africa, the GDP from what they show have grow to double ever since that they joined together, and that's a good sign. You know that it works, and they might have differences, but you know, is part of the deal. If you really want to be regionally united, you know, you're gonna have regionally food security, regional military. You know, it comes a lot of packages along with it, but at the same time, there's also the downfall of it of not supporting certain things, and of course, you know, it's just a new building. And like you said, you know, like Marie Antoinette said, I think the regional part of it is it important. Yes, I think it's important, and that makes it a small group of African nations growing to be bigger African nations. So you got the ECOWAS on the west side. Now the eastern side, we got the Eastern Conference. These are the one that needs to grow and see
Oh,
the
and then with even with the regional piece, again, there's a stronger voice there versus individual countries.
exactly. And they always, when they spoke by representation of one person that really understands what's going on when it comes to economy, science, infrastructure, agriculture, and all that. They all
have a common goal of growth. Basically, I call it a little commonwealth that everybody is going to look for each other's interests and cover each other. And the GDP really showed how fast it's growing. Okay, now when you look at it also in the same aspect of it, uh, the GDP in Ethiopia is really going a different higher level. But again, it's a where this thing it doesn't not make sense. It does make sense because they got 110 million people. Okay, and 110 million people is a human resource. Don't forget, it has a lot to do with your GDP also.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because
Because
I
of
mean, and I mean,
the
it just
number.
makes so much sense to do that. Even though not every country in that region will not see everything eye to eye, but
Yeah.
as a collective, those common goals and those common needs can be addressed. And you say you want my cobalt, you want my diamonds, you want my oil as a block. Because again, you don't even have to look that far into the past. How you think the Arabs got so powerful? I went to and see people don't pay attention to classes like anthropology,
Yep.
but that class is critically important for everybody to take, because those same countries they call backwards, and while I was sitting in that anthropology class, later on became OPEC.
OPEC. Yeah.
I'm like, wow, y'all sitting up there talking about blah blah blah, and I'm thinking, and just a matter of 10 years, you have one of the biggest. And now today, you look at Dubai, one of the greatest places to go on a planet in the middle of the desert, is like blah blah. See, they are always studying you.
Mm-hmm.
And they over there saying, oh, we're just looking for historical facts, and define, like how your in the past, how your cultures and your civilization, whatever. No, they're being nosy because they're trying to figure out what you're up to. But
Mm-hmm.
what OPEC knew is that they were smart enough to know if we stay as individuals, we have no power. But if we come together collectively, we will be strong. Even though we know some of us will not make it to see that, even though we know we're going to have to battle, even though we know lives will be lost in the process, but in the long term, our children's children will be better off because of. So yes, many had to sit up there and say, I will have to sacrifice my life for today so that my children can feed and eat tomorrow. They don't want to talk. See, the one thing with the West, they never want to talk about those who stood up against them. They want to gloss that over. Let's go, it only deserves a 2-line sentence, and let's go over to this. So yeah, and it did not take them 100 years to get to there.
No. Your intention, your mind. We can change
Overnight if we wanted to.
overnight. In the blink of an eye, you can change things. I always said, in this platform, Friday Nation One Africa, we would have leaders back and back and back and back and forth. We'll have leaders. Like I said, we don't need 1.3 billion people to participate to change things. Very few of us, if we put our head together, our mind together, and our emotion driven, we don't care how it's going to happen. The creator is going to create a forum for us, a platform.
And that's why you have to give so much praise and love to the youth, because they're willing to do that. They are doing that. And we're not screaming their accomplishment. We're not showing our support enough to them, or enough to their sacrifices, because they are out there and they're making things move, and they're not turning back. And we have to show our praise and our love and our grace to them.
Our support.
Yes.
Every child that you see, we gotta praise them. You're the future. We're not gonna stop there. We want to open up the future, show the path. Those that have lived long enough to share that knowledge, to push that knowledge. I've seen people that they lived, I'm talking about the United States, let's say. They lived in the United States, has no idea about programs, about things that they can benefit from. And in Africa, forget it. There's so many things that are in the dark, okay? And this youth is digging resources, whatever that they have possibly in the hand. When the internet came in to Africa, they said Africa became 500 years advanced because of the internet. I'm like, what do you mean? Yes. They start connecting, they start talking, they start collaborating.
Yep.
So within short years, all this youth is coming together and looking at this summit, the African Youth Summit, that's going very strong. I applaud for them. For those that are interested, that were in that room, that wants to make a change and participated in this youth summit, I applaud them. And Mika was there also. And
wow,
what you get from there, what he flew to Ethiopia to attend to the summit. And the information that we got from Mika and what Mika was asking, and things that have been coming back, and the AU, where it says, you know what, all African should have an African Union passport as an Africans, having our own passport. That's another discussion, because I see Noel has some comment about the AU. We're gonna get into some program, and at the same time, he said we should create a fight in 2023 to open up the closed free traders Africa borders. That the trade is already signed. The trade part of it is signed. It's just how to develop it and making sure it's safe, because
and the thing about that is
a lot of things
it has always started with trade.
Yeah,
it's always started with the trade. Once you get the trade, then the people come after it.
Right.
So it's always the trade, then the industry, and then the tourism comes through.
And the African trades, there's always been there. There's always been there, but now it becomes really opening up different things. They said, hey, we're gonna have to have a free trade across borders, and no borders, literally, to become borderless as when it comes to the trade, because this agreement allows you, this treaty allows you to go from one nation to the other with no problem, but you're going to be compliant, and that part is the most critical, even though they signed this possibility, because it goes from border to border, and whatever the goods that you're trading is already there, and it's a free trade. It's allowed. Don't bring any other drugs, or don't be human trafficking. There's so many things behind when it comes to the open borders, and it should be understood. It needs more.
But the thing about it, Biggie, you cannot, and that's what they're sort of trying to do, is say, oh, we don't want to do this because of human trafficking. And that would be beautiful to say if there was no human trafficking going on. So it's like, the borders are closed and you're still trafficking. So we don't use that as an excuse to stop. Don't go find something else imperialist.
That's the blockage. That's what they're telling you. You understand? In fact, they want to trade goods. You know what I mean? And when it comes to the trafficking, now there's another layer that you can have a good control of it when it comes to that level. But again,
because honestly, yes, you're right, because once you open things up, there's more eyes on it. So it won't be as easy for them to do it.
Exactly. But they discourage you. You see, they discourage you by giving you all the negative more than the opportunity.
Because they don't want it to stop.
Let's say I trade between Sudan and Kenya, right? And I'm talking about I'm going to be passing either through Ethiopia and I'll get my laissez-passer because that goods got to go to Northern Sudan. For me as a businessman, I want the shortest route into dropping my goods.
Exactly.
So now, Ethiopia is going to say, you're going to use my highway, I'm going to use my fuel, you're going to use that.
And then you're going to have to have restaurants and shops and service stations.
It gives you an
and garages.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity. Okay? That's not what they want to see, you see? Yes, you can have that free trade, but there are so many things that need to be in place to make this germing, because we're not just doing a camel trip. You understand? We're doing.
But you know what, Biggie? The thing is, opportunity creates those things. So once the opportunity is there, because we don't live in 1885 or even 1985, they know building something is the easiest thing to do and the quickest thing you can do on the planet nowadays. So to create those things is not that complicated.
What do you think the Chinese are doing? Investing the money on infrastructures so they can sell the goods. They can bring the goods on a super highway, super vehicle, the fastest it can deliver from one end to the other. We're talking about China is dealing with 1.3 billion people that have a need somewhere. BJ, Noel has been bugging me. He said, BJ, which island are you from? I'm in Bahi.
He asked me what island I'm from?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, please tell me, can he answer me that? Because I have no idea. I'm an African American. I don't know where I'm from. And at this point, if they talking about they need my DNA to figure it out, I don't need to know. I'm just gonna claim I'm from outer space and keep it going. Because I am not from this planet.
Noel, I hope you got the answer right. He's been asking. I mean, Noel is in it. When he's talking about. Thank you so much, really, Noel. And I asked you to join us. Still didn't join us. I don't know if you got the invite, but we'd love to hear from you because you've been really.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is a safe space event.
Exactly.
And come up with ideas and support each other.
Exactly.
This is a non-judgy.
Well,
at least not too much environment.
We're open. We don't bash in. We don't say anything to people to turn them down. No, this is an open voice. You put your voice, you're welcome. And once you join, even on my comment, you're my family. No matter what, you join my comment section. You watching me, you watching BJ. We have different other Swahili Nation, One Africa hosts, and those of you that follows the minute you're in, we accept you as a family. We are the family.
Absolutely, because this is the only way we become one, and we could see that we have more in common than we do different.
Yes,
and that our cries over here in the Americas, is just the same cries that you have in the islands, which is the same cries that you have all over this world when it comes to us. So now we're past those cries. Now let's start going for the solutions.
Yep. Now a solution for me. I go ahead because I got one that I was trying to. I put it together and for some reason my PC is not collaborating. You said the Barbados PM fly a chartered flight from Ghana to Barbados, and it was shorter flight flying than to go through the European country. We can change all of this.
But we are starting to change all this.
Mm-hmm.
We are starting to. And we love you, Barbados, for doing that and showing us the way.
Oh, yeah. I enjoyed that. I really did. Wow.
So there's more to Barbados than just Rihanna. I love it.
That's what makes it different, you know? Because people are people. And the way we look at on how we move in this planet, as long as we take care of one another, by prayers, by loving, by caring, and be just being you.
And you're okay, just who you are. And we all know imperialism, colonization of us has damaged us. But just because you damaged don't mean you can't be fixed. Just because you're damaged does not mean that you're to be thrown away.
Mm-hmm.
And just because you damaged does not mean you don't have something to offer. Dust yourself off and keep moving forward, one step at a time, and you will get to your destination.
Yeah. And this is one of the points that I want to say today for this upcoming 2023. Okay. And I would say, may God bless you and keep you safe. May you be protected from all evils, and maybe your heart to be filled with joy, compassion. May all your desire and need manifest in your life. May your family and friends be blessed throughout your hard work and the abundance you have gained. May you find all the answer you are looking for, and may you have all the wellness and healing you need. May you be filled with strength and courage and wisdom. Xavier bless you, dear sister and brother. We are going to have the best year ever. Jonathan is back.
Oh, they turn the switch back on.
Yep.
Or did he pay the light bill?
The internet. Jonathan. Are you back?
Oh, I had to come back to this.
Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm back.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Are you back?
I am back.
I
had to come back to this.
Jonathan.
Yeah. So his check cleared for the light company.
I am back.
So his check cleared for the light company.
I am back.
So his check cleared for the light company.
He's echoing us. He's echoing us.
So I guess it didn't clear.
You're not done. You still have the other YouTube channel open.
You gotta close one of them down.
I think it echoes so much on him.
Oh yeah, he had me echoing.
We're still echoing, I guess.
Oh, is it me?
No, you're still there. You're not on just. I think he muted because he's still got another channel that's open. Our channel open. He was listening to another. He was following. I believe he was following us on another.
Oh, okay.
PC.
So he was listening. Okay.
For no, actually, it would have been a good answer for
Yeah, Nathan, that Noel said, YouTube cut me off from being too militant.
So, oh, they cut you off too? Oh my goodness.
They cut him off.
Okay, I guess I'll be next. No, but see, my problem be because I did not pay my Comcast bill.
Yeah, they snipped it. Yep. They don't even listen to. I got the check on the mail.
Oh no.
They'll cut you off right there.
Oh yeah. Oh no, but Sprint was notorious for that. You could be a quarter short, and Sprint would be like, you didn't pay the bill in full. Your phone service is off.
Mm.
So as we're getting into almost midnight,
yeah, we are,
I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. You got us echoing out.
Yeah.
I'm not echoing anymore. I was never echoing, but yeah.
No, not because
not you forced us to.
I know, right? So, oh my God, I was listening to you guys. Wow, we do have a long way to go, don't we?
No, we don't. We don't. We gotta stop saying a long way because that means it's almost impossible. We're closer than we think.
Thank you for saying that. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, because all our African brothers and sisters, the youth is working.
Yeah,
they are
working. See, they ain't on here because they ain't got time. We're working. We ain't got time to be talking with you old fogies. We making things happen.
That is true.
What was that? Old foggy?
No, I'm sorry. I was gonna.
Old fogies.
While you guys were talking, I had the most amazing meal.
And you did not share it with us. We really didn't.
I know. Like I had to. That's why I paused. But anyway, so I had tuna, like fresh tuna, like tuna, great, like sushi.
What, you mean straight out the can?
No, sushi grade tuna, like sushi grade tuna, and then you cut it into small pieces.
No, I was just joking.
It's okay, but anyway, and then you cut it into small pieces, and then you make awaze. You warm up awaze, and I made the awaze with kebe, which, oh god, bad, but I had to, and it was so good. And then you just mix the tuna, the little cubes of tuna with that, and then I had it with unfortunately I have no injera, so I had it with a very thin whole wheat. I guess.
That sounds so good.
I know.
And tell Noah Brown, yes,
I know.
Prime Minister of Barbados. She's a queen.
So I was listening to all you guys. I mean, I was listening to you guys talking, but the whole entire time I was doing that. Anyway, so oh my god, that was perfect. And then now that we're almost on going on 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and thinking about the new year, and normally I'm with family, but unfortunately I'm not with most of family this time around. But I'm so glad that we're sitting here talking.
You with your Swahili Nation family?
I'm sorry?
You with your SNN family?
I am. That's why yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah, exactly. And in the meantime, I was gonna say about the countdown, right? So we did number 1, right? And so finally, I have to say thank you, Biggie. By the way, I got to meet Biggie in DC. I don't know if you know this.
Whoa!
Yeah, we had dinner. Amazing. Like really, like this stuff is no longer like it's actually real sometimes. So what up, Biggie?
I went to get my charger. No, I went to get my charger because my charger was dying. I was listening. And you know what the amazing, BJ?
So he didn't pay his Comcast bill either, so okay.
Yeah, you're still live though. No, because I put it on mute and I was walking upstairs to get my charger because my PC was dying. And yes, me and Jonathan met. You know what's so funny? How small the world is. We have a
we have a when I took him in that place where we had our dinner and everything else. Everybody know him, and everybody knows me, and it's so amazing that I'm very close with the family member that he had. When we were talking, we're like, "What a small world." Me and Jonathan met in this platform, but when we went to that dinner, we knew a lot more people in common. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I said, this is small, small.
You know, thank you, Biggie. And I think that's kind of what I was trying to say before, which I think sometimes we don't realize how these weird connections happen. And it happens, you know. And me, uh, meeting with you, Biggie, was crazy. I didn't know that you knew so much of my family, by the way. So Biggie's actually like, oh my God, it's kind of crazy. So what up? Uh, and amazing, really, honestly. And I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. Because you know, you gravitate towards people that think like you, and I think sometimes you also need to listen to the other side or whatever. But sometimes there is no other side. Just like you know. So thank you for creating the space in general. And then, not only I got to meet Biggie, I got to meet and party with. Uh, oh my God, seriously, like in Addis Ababa, in the middle of like craziness. And yeah, so it's
And then he
amazing.
meet Mika.
Wow.
I was,
Mika.
I'm laughing because it's hilarious, actually. But you know what I mean, right? Um, these things don't happen by accident. They happen because people believe and they think a certain way, and they stick around and they don't.
But
Um,
you know what? But you know what, Jonathan? What we don't understand is that we're now moving in God's time, and He will make things happen that we think are is impossible to happen,
which
and
God?
we just have to be present when it do.
Okay. Okay, I'm okay with that. I agree with you on that. But the God thing, I'm, you know, and I always give, you know, I push back a lot about the God thing, and I think there's so many gods, and I think that kind of begins to water away what the root of what we're trying, at least as human beings, do is connect as human beings. And when you put all that stuff in, I think there is a problem. And sometimes it's very difficult to say, what you feel what religion does to you, which I think is so important because it gives you soul, right? I get that. But your soul does not mean that it matters to the other people, for God's sakes. You have all these women in Saudi Arabia in wearing like hijabs. I'm like, what the fuck, And there's religion behind that. And
Oh, see, but I'm not into religion because the religion is a man-made concept to control a group of people, and
exactly.
then he throws God in there.
Yeah. So going back to what I was saying, and that goes back to like, thank God. And I say God in a sense that there is no specific God, and I got to meet and deal with so many people all over my life, and I continue to, and I want to keep religion as far away as possible. Meaning, like, as a soul, one thing, but I don't want your religion to infringe on mine. And that has always been a problem, and they're trying to do that in Africa right now as well, including East Africa. So no, I'm not gonna play that game. Keep religion away from me when it comes to ruling what we do in life. If that makes sense.
Even when it comes to the religion part of it, I told you earlier on a different.
We can barely hear you, Biggie.
Can you hear me? I
No,
told you earlier, when it comes to religion, I always said it's personal. You understand? It's a personal thing. And when it comes to the people, the brothers and the sisters around in the world, they are on your priority list, regardless of
what religion you are, because the human suffering and what we look at and what we are and where we are, it really makes a difference. You know what I mean? We need to understand that when you stick with the religion topics, when you try to mix it, Marie is on.
Hola.
No,
Hey, Dad.
estoy muy bien, gracias. Keep talking, Biggie. Hi,
Yes,
everyone.
welcome, Marie Antoinette. Definitely. And I asked about you. I didn't see you, and here you are. Thank you for
No, I
joining.
just came back
Thank
from
you.
church.
Oh, there you go. There you have it, Jonathan. You know,
I know. I drank
No,
a
no, no.
you know.
I'm not one of those who will just, defend everything religion does. I think everyone has realized that by now.
Okay, so I have somebody on my side. Thank you, man.
So, what when even the true Christianity, when he came as a Christian, when he experienced that, there was no such thing as being Christian. You know, there was nothing. This Christ is born and resurrected. That's where the the religion came later. The denomination came later. People start getting twisted and putting different things, different flavor, and people worshipped the, the
And when
sun.
the
They
West
worshipped
couldn't
the
figure out that
trees.
they couldn't control it, they like, well, you
Right.
can't control it, use it to benefit you. And then that's when everything got twisted up.
Exactly. But your truth inside of you will give you the truth that you understand what is critical. And call it religion or not, for me, I believe in my Christ. And my Christ is always going to be the Christ. I'm a desire. That's for me. My opinion, my idea of who I am. But again, I'm not going to be infringing on anybody. You're going to have to be this way, got to follow him this way and everything. But at the same time, I'm glorious. I'm very victorious on what I believe and what I do. The Alpha Omega is the end of everything, the beginning and the end. And for me, I'm happy with it. This is why I believe in it, and I'm connected to it, and so be it. But I'm not going to bring it in any political part of it or anything else. But I call it Xavier, and Xavier, I explained it before, is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, and it's all in one. It's one Creator. That's how I believe, and those who know us and believe, so be it. But again, 2023, whatever that you believe in, whatever that you believe in yourself. Number one, you believe in yourself. Then you can make some changes, and by believing in yourself, by trusting what's right, what's wrong, and what you can fix. But other than that, we can all talk about it, and there's going to be another 24 hours, and we're going to beat the record for Swahili Nation One Africa. So I leave it at that when it comes to.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of things that we can talk about that, and religion never ends.
Well, I think
even the top religious people, when they start debating, that whatever session that they take, it never ends.
Yeah,
And
it's like
you're
the
always
fact that that's New Year's
it's
Eve,
infinite.
right? So,
It's infinite. So
yeah.
one of the things is that I would say for Swahili Nation One Africa, let not the religion divide us.
I just
Because
say
religion is
I always
personal.
say I always say leave religion out of it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
But remember now, the enemy always use.
The enemy is religion, is what I'm telling you.
The
It's
enemy
one of the
use
biggest enemy ever.
the enemy use by dividing us.
Yeah, I mean we could just be humans.
all kind of
deal
sort of
with
things that they
religion.
do. They'll try to divide us, take this one from this, and then if they cannot really get hard on it,
Because my
they
God,
cannot-
not your God,
exactly, and they will come. The pretty much predominant that we talk about the Abraham, followers, Judaism, Christian, and Islam. It's all about my God is stronger than
Oh, there's
yours.
so many religions. Like you're just talking about two. Like there's so like India's alone have like 17, 30, 50 gods. I mean, how many gods do you have? Like enough is enough with your gods. I don't want your gods. Just like be human. Okay. Anyway,
So, Mary Antoinette,
I'd be-
welcome to the show. Let Mary Antoinette have the 2022 what you experienced in a quick run and what you're going to be looking for 2023.
What am I looking for in
2022? The past 2022 first. 2022.
It
your
was
experience.
Difficult. My family had a funeral this week for my grandma, so now her room is empty. Yeah.
Oh, so sorry, so sorry.
Sharing.
See, I live in the same house, so it was tough.
No.
So 2022 has been difficult, I would say. Yeah. One interesting thing that happened, I don't want to say accidentally, even though it felt like an accident. I stumbled across a Ge'ez course, and it's a combination of the language and the history of Ethiopia, and I'm not sure if I should do it, so I'm contemplating doing it. I would like to learn this. It's just that it's happening at a time when my concentration is not so good. It will be from January the 1st to February 28th. But so I'm not sure if I should do this one or wait until that course is offered again. It's an online course.
Nice. Nice.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, I just decided to look at the professor's profile. But he doesn't seem to be Ethiopian. He seems to be someone from Spain living in Madrid.
I'm sorry.
I would have preferred to be learning this sort of thing from an authentic Ethiopian, you see. Yeah, and it will
because you couldn't find no Ethiopians on this planet who could teach that, right?
So yeah, it's strange to be learning another language in another language. To learn Guz in Spanish, it's a little strange. So I'm hoping that I can find another course.
Very strange because again, the Guz part is PhD level and is being introduced, and Princeton and everybody else is trying to teach it. There's a lot of and in fact there'll be on the coming 2023 try to bring in some of the people that are really in depth about Guz, and at the same time give us at least the minimum translation, because some of the words cannot be translated because it loses certain values, certain code, that is being spoken. And I don't know, Jonathan, you know about Dr. Rodas? He just got a book out. Yeah, he got a book out, 888, and he talks about the 369, about Nikola Tesla, why he came out with his numbers, and he converted that information through Guz and the numbering code, what it means. 3 is the time that Christ died. 6 is the I forgot the 6, but 9 the 9 is
it sounds like you're like being very conspiracy.
No, and the 9 was how long it takes for human being.
So I don't.
What's that?
What it is? You sound very conspiracy, like 9 or whatever. No.
No, he goes through the whole alphabet, okay? Because the Ethiopian alphabet, the Guz alphabet, like we know now, we got Kaf, Shet, all these new letters in it, but the original letters, they are 26. And he will tell you, he will explain he explains how those words came in and those letters came in, and he brings them with the Hebrew, where we have, sometimes, if you look at the Hebrew writing, it look like the Amarinya writing,
The Sabian is what they call it. Really.
right. So they kind of similar. So he goes through a lot of the codes, a lot of the information out there. Why Nicholas Tesla was stuck with the 369 and trying to have the key to the universe, basically. So this is just another topic for another day. But again, when it comes to
I
this,
think that
it's very complicated.
Hey, Pinky. Noah was saying there's a knocking sound, like a twitching sound, coming from somebody's background.
No, I think I honestly think that, like, we're talking about New York.
It's raining here.
I'm sorry, it's raining here too, but it's 60 degrees, thank God. But going back to
Rub it in.
I'm sorry. Well, is it colder where you're at, BJ?
Well, a week ago it was 3 degrees.
Okay.
That felt like minus 17, but right now we're at 40, so it's not too bad.
Oh man, okay. No, I think Biggie, I have so much respect, but I'm gonna call out BS when I call it BS. I think that's kind of crazy, and this is exactly what I was just saying about religion as well. And I think that is the problem. It's like this conspiracy ideology that keeps popping up with no reality connected to it, and I don't believe in that. I think certain things might be. We've been talking about 9. I don't believe in that. I think it's actually dangerous.
What I'm saying is the the astrology, the knowledge, and all that, and what's been written, how that language, the Giz language is written. That's what I'm trying to highlight.
No, but what Giz language? Like, Giz language is just one language. I mean, there's so many others, and then
but that's the oldest one.
No, it's not.
That's the oldest one.
No, it's not true. That's not true.
Well, we're talking about really structured and coded is Giz and the Hebrew.
No, I think that we think that we are better than everybody else. Kind of.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is right now, when it comes to coding, okay, and the letters, what it means, all that is, he explains it in a way to understand why certain letters, they got binary numbers and all that right next to it. That, again, like I said, I cannot really explain it today on this show because you got to bring all the facts in.
Well, in 2023, what I wish for in 2023, we're talking about going into 2023. What I wish for is for truth, reality, really honesty, and I guarantee you, if we do all of that, and all this other stuff that you're talking about doesn't even matter, because at the end of the day, we're just human beings trying to survive in this little small place that we call like 80 years out of billions and trillions and trillions and trillions of years. I don't have time for this bullshit. Call out what it is, but this number stuff, I'm sorry, Biggie. I love you, but like, no. I find it to be very, as a matter of fact, to be honest with you, I find it to be dangerous. I think it's disconnecting people from reality. And the reality is, call it what you want. The reality is that Black people are being treated like shit with white people, and call it out. And this is what we're trying to do. And that's why I'm here. This other stuff is completely ridiculous to me, because nobody gives a shit about that. It doesn't exist, And I think that's kind of the rabbit hole that, like, some of your...
It's one of the knowledge, you see.
Artists that have gone down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's one of the knowledge that they hide from you.
What?
From all of us, because of the codings. Because if you really want to go through the understanding of those numberings and everything else, we can talk about it. And I'll show you.
We need to talk about the real shit that's going on the ground.
Oh, yeah, but again, it's all again.
No, religion is just an excuse.
It's not religion. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the Marie asked about learning about the Giz letterings and stuff like that. And when she learns from somebody else translated to another person that's not the original person that can really teach her the real is and the
Then you
wording,
get
the alphabet.
misinterpretation of what the truth actually is. So
Exactly. I'm not talking about the religion aspect of it.
All right, so maybe I may be overstepping on that one, but you know, like, honestly, that's how I feel. I will leave it at that. But I have to say, what has always continues and will always continue to you know make us here and come and talk is at least agree and not always constantly agree with each other. I don't agree with everything you say, so that's
and
fine.
that's okay. That's
That's
okay.
what
You
makes
know,
you human.
we all have different experiences, and all of them are valid, and that's okay to disagree. And sometimes we agree, and that's okay too.
Thank you,
It's a
Rita.
family thing. So let us.
Okay, so family,
What did let?
which family member should I send my mortgage to this month? Let's get to the real.
What should I say? I was having this discussion was it yesterday with my family. Religion has helped me in terms of discipline and not being able to do, to find myself in the wrong company and get derailed. That's what I could credit religion for. But that was also, even without the church, my family was like that. Um, prior to I would say prior to being exposed to that particular church. But the downside is that it's a church that emphasizes rules and almost like the Orthodox Jews, they even worship on Saturday instead of Sunday. But the empathy aspect is lacking, and they tend to be somewhat legalistic. And there is a danger in that, because it means that many children will grow up in a home that is not as loving as it should be, you see, which is a problem in terms of developing confidence to face the rest of the world outside of the home environment. And it's an aspect of that particular religion that everyone is ignoring. And when you try to address it, this is always met with resistance. But yesterday I stuck to my guns and things got very heated, but I don't know if it's the what aspect of me. I just stuck to my guns. I didn't back down, and they got the message. That's both my parents, my aunt, my maternal aunt, and my uncle. That's my aunt's husband, who are they were all born in the 1950s, and I was the only millennial in the room. So I think religion also reinforces this idea that someone younger than you can't have any wisdom that one can learn from. That's also a dangerous idea. I think people should be able to realize that people are experiencing, challenges.
But you know what, Mary? I think it's a 1950s, and older sort of thing, that your elders are the ones who know. They're not as open to others' perspective,
I
or
agree.
something different.
I agree, that is true. A lot of people born in the 1950s are very, very obstinate, and it always amazes me. People from that generation bad talk communism the most, but when you look at their behavior, you say, "But this is a communist, really."
Thank you.
There is no kind of you can't they can't empathize with someone who holds another view.
I find insulting the fact that we even talk about politics from 1950s. That is really fucking goddamn insulting to me as an Ethiopian that has been there for thousands of years as an entity with fucking coins. Okay, I don't need this. So no, I don't need that mind blowing anti humanity bullshit. So like that's what it's about, really.
I have a question though about Ethiopian history. A number of people have posted tweets talking about the bad effects of socialism on Ethiopia, and usually raising poverty as the main point. When was Ethiopia socialist? What year was that? What year? What time period?
Oh, and if I could just jump in on that real quick. So where else on this planet that we don't see poverty? So I just think that little poverty part is like, really?
No, everybody I know who has left a communist country always speaks about the poverty. Like a friend of mine on Facebook who was born in the 1950s wrote recently on Facebook, socialism destroyed Venezuela in 10 years. She's a Cuban who left during that period.
Well, I think a lot of people don't understand that, first of all, there were no countries until World War II. Between World War II, I mean, literally, it's not that, like, when you think about it, it's not that long ago. That's when countries became countries, where you put borders and then you have a map. And then you tell a country that's who you are. You understand? But for Europeans, they did it, and they did it smart, like, because they just basically killed each other off. Like, it was crazy. Talk about, like, oh my God, they're the ones with the biggest weapons and killing each other. Like, we're trying to mind our own business, you know? And like, really? Seriously? Like, give me peace. I don't want your bullshit. Like, you and your power over there, you know? White people, I'm sorry, it is white men. And the idea that we cannot say that all the time bothers me. But that's what it is. That's fine. I mean, really, call it what it is, you know?
No, they did an excellent job in getting the entire world to believe that the British are the most dignified, civilized. Not even a little football match can they behave themselves.
That's so true. It really
so
is.
much.
And then it's so embarrassing that we allow them to do it. As Africans, you know, with 1 point something billion people, we should have balls. Like, really, cojones, like big ass balls. That's why they fucking took us there, made us slaves. Grow fucking balls and say no. What the hell is wrong with Africans?
I was shocked the first time I visited England, and I looked at people in the streets, and I was thinking, smoking and drinking are a religion here, you know? It just is like nobody. I think that is. It's like a hopeless society.
It's not hopeless. I don't like. No, it's not hopeless. I guarantee you, it's not. I know for a fact. The reason that we even here talking about this stuff, I'm telling you, it's not. And it's a matter of time. But unfortunately, you know, I kind of have to look at my younger nieces and nephews, and I'm like, oh my God, can they handle this? But are they doing it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What do they do in England during their free time besides drinking and smoking? Maybe some of them play sports, but I don't know. The place was just drab, and nobody looked particularly happy. The only people who I saw looking genuinely happy were immigrants from Africa chatting in the streets.
But you know, Maria Antoinette, that even here in America, most people look miserable. A smile is like, oh, somebody's smiling. Whoa, what's wrong with them?
You have a point.
And so that's not just over there. That's here as well.
Yeah, you have a point.
Okay, United. I'm starting to think he did not pay his electric bill. He's gone.
No, he paid the electric, but he forgot the cable.
Oh yeah, you mean the bundle where Wi-Fi is tied to the cable? Yeah.
Yeah, but when he paid the electric bill, he came back, and now the internet went.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't
They did
bundle
all
the
that
electric.
Christmas shopping.
Wow, he left right on the middle of a good conversation, but I know he's listening on the other side. Is the connection, because remember when he came back, we can hear ourselves on another on another TV or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is 2022 coming to an end. I just want to make sure that I got the last show. It just happened to be the Diaspora Talk show, and I hope everybody has a blessed year, and looking forward for a better year.
And
And
and keep the fighting, and just
yep,
don't give
the
up.
fight never stops. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new year doesn't define, the end of a fight.
No,
We
no,
just started.
and just forgive yourself for whatever shortcomings, and just start over tomorrow. It's just don't get caught up in all this drama.
It just amazes me. I'm looking at this guy's Twitter profile, and he's a Spaniard from, living in Madrid, who has this obsession with Ethiopia. and,
so he
and now,
gonna tell you what Ethiopia is.
so now he's teaching a course. No, he's a professor. He was trained in I think University of, I'm not sure which university, but this is just mind. Wow, people appreciate our culture more than we do.
Well, and my thing is, I always take that as, if he's coming from a good place, I can give you mad respect. But if you're coming to redefine tell me what it is based upon, because I now have, then I'm like, I look at you sideways. Yeah, like, can we get a refund?
Well, he made some comparisons on his Twitter page between Roman Catholicism and Orthodox Ethiopian Christianity, but he didn't do it in a condescending way. I think he's just trying to maybe to get people in Spain to
more knowledge, and bridge that gap.
Right, acting as a bridge. So he seems sincere. I mean, I would have to meet him in person, but from what I'm seeing on his profile, he seems somewhat sincere. There are some people who
so you know what, Maria Angela, you should take it and let us know if he's an agent or not.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind doing that, because these days people are trying to learn secrets of Ethiopia, and not for the best reasons.
Yeah.
So maybe I really should act as some sort of secret intelligence.
Yes.
To begin with, I started earlier about this conversation about the Giz language. Okay, and the way it's explained, it's even that I know the language and the use of the letters and what they meant behind and how they got created. It's still, I can ask in my language the questions, the right questions, because I speak Tigrinya. Tigrinya is very close to Giz also. There are common words. And then when I went to Israel, and I was able to listen some of the Hebrew, and where it got questioned, I don't speak Hebrew, but they have a common words, that Semitic, language. And now when I see it really define somebody that really went in and start digging the information, and then you hear that Princeton University
have a PhD, Girls language studies, that really gives me like, oh man, they really want to dig into the code. They've been stealing our books, okay, and then they probably get another translator and try to make a sense out of it. And like the book of Enoch was stolen. But the thing is, can you imagine to this day and age where you have a copier machine and all that, they still use the good old leather and scrolls and start writing. There's a teacher now that is out there in the mountains teaching the kids, writing the old text back again, like it was preserved. You see, they know after a while the writing fades, okay? So what they do is they make a copy, they handwritten. And every time that page phases, they replace that with a new, fresh written paper. And that amazes me. And we're talking about 2022, and there are people out there teaching the writings, and they write them and preserve them the way they were. It's like replacing the same page, but the copy is fresher.
But you know what?
And it's written the same language. There's no translation. There's no nothing. They just copy the same handwriting. I wish I had that video that the
but there's so much value in that, because when you write it, it's almost a lost art. Technology is wonderful because it just gives us so much information so quickly, and we can communicate. But by writing, that is so important because you absorb it, and it's a different way of passing on knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important, and it's almost like a lost art because people don't write anymore.
No, they don't.
Welcome.
Okay, so Yana Tempe.
Who got anything back? Yeah. The Comcast bill is paid.
No comment, and it was not about my bills. I don't know what happened. It's so nice to be back. Go ahead, keep talking.
No, you're not that. The way we were teasing you earlier. Yeah. The first time that he went out, we said, the electricity. He didn't pay the bill. And then the second time he come out, we said, well, he didn't pay for the cable. And guess what? What Mary Antoinette, he didn't get the bundle. He didn't get the bundle deal.
Oh, really? Oh, seriously? That's a good one. Okay. It's nice to be back.
That's good. It's good to have you again. Go ahead, BJ.
No, I was just saying that the writing is so important, and we don't value it, because with writing something down, you then take that and that knowledge, and you can interpret it, and you can think about it, and you can analyze it. Now everything is coming so quick with a click of a button, and you're on to the next thing, and you don't really retain anything because everything is coming at such a supersonic speed. When you write it, you slow things down and look at it and feel it and touch, and all your senses is absorbing those words, and you retain it much longer.
That's very true.
Very true. I think they were disconnected. Something you put an effort, even when you take a note, what you wrote on your note, and when you read back again, they're more powerful than the one you just typed in. You will get more out of it as your note, because now your brain is going to function saying, oh, I took that note. What else is being said? If you typed it, it's typed and it's there, But your handwriting makes a great effect on understanding what's being written.
Go back to Africa.
Go? No, this is what that guy that goes, go black
Africa. And actually, he exposed a lot of things about Africa.
Yeah.
I love him. He's awesome. He goes, go black to Africa. That's his signature. Go black to Africa.
Well, I didn't even say that. I just said go back to Africa is what I said.
No, I know.
It's not a black thing. It's just go back to Africa, man.
No, that because he wants to emphasize that.
We should pack all our bags. Can I actually pack all your bags?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh yes.
Let's go.
I'm willing. I'll meet you on the highway.
Okay.
I think if Mary Antoinette comes to Ethiopia and she ends up in the Gadams, you know, the Gadams, the monasteries, I don't think she'd never ever leave.
I think I value solitude a lot.
Jonathan,
no comment.
What do you think?
No comment.
If she goes to the Gadam and understand the real is, and you think Marie Antoinette is going to come back out?
I
think honestly, so in our souls, I think we're already there. But if physically being there, I mean, who wants to leave a place like Africa in general as a continent? Really, it's just so sad what goes on in Africa. But like nobody wants to leave Africa.
I think I'm desperate enough to go anywhere at this point.
Really? Okay.
I'll tell you a story. Once I went to Scotland for a short course, and when I reached the airport and I realized I was going back to Trinidad, I went to the bathroom and I just lost it. I just did not want to go back. And it's not that I don't love my family, but I could see my family on Skype. This country drives me crazy. It really does.
I think that we need to define what country means. I think people are completely forgetting that we live in a globalized world. We're everywhere. Everybody's everywhere.
That's true.
Mentally, everything. So there are no borders, is what's happening. And we have to be honest about that. Right? It's globalization, is what they call it. Right? So, no, it's how you work within that system that is respectful to you, respectful to your people, and definitely respectful to Black people, period. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's not easy, but I'm so thankful that you have to talk about this and then call it out for what it is. This is racism. I don't understand why people don't want to say that.
Yeah.
You're right, Jonathan. You are absolutely right. Because it's the same thing, Marie Antoinette. If you're in America, and I think I was born to disconnect, because I think I'm born to saw the game for what it was. I'm like, okay, whatever, and that's why my mindset is like it is, because I see that it's a game and it's a trap, and once you like trapped into it, it's hard to pull yourself, like those little traps that we put down for the mice, and it's glue, and you just keep pulling your hand up, and you keep pulling, and you keep drawing your back, and it wears you out until you die. Oh, that trap.
I just don't want to be a loser in the game. There's a game being played. That's all. And I think that we have to be very smart about it. Really, honestly, it's been against us for so long because of a color of your skin in the continent you come from, because it's abusing. It's abusive. Even countries next to us treat us like that, like Saudi Arabia, for example. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you.
But then I look at it as like, if you feel that way, why are you over here?
I would treat them
feel that way, why are you trying to grab anything from over here?
So call it out for what it is. Call it for what it is. And then also, I don't want to be on top of you. I just want you to treat me normal, you know? And to get back to that normalcy is going to take a while. So, you know. Yeah. And by the way, what you were saying, Marie Antoinette, about you going to Belgium, I'm like, they're the worst. Tiny little country that probably did the most damage in Africa.
Oh, Belgium I've never visited, no.
No. So I don't find them to be anything special. They're actually...
Yeah, because I just went through the airport and saw that. I'm like, you guys, really?
I've never visited Belgium. No.
I
I went-
passed through it, and
I
I
thought you said
promised
Belgium, not
myself never to
Valentine's.
come nowhere near it.
I thought
yeah.
you said Belgium, Mary Antoinette. I'm
No, it
sorry.
was Scotland. I went to,
Oh, Scotland. Okay.
but Belgium has a very bad reputation. For its colonial um, period.
A
Yeah.
tiny little country subjugating almost 5 million slaves going to Brazil. A tiny little country. I've known. And then
Mm.
what they did to Congos, no, call them out. Like, enough is enough.
Yeah,
I'm telling Africa
yeah.
need to fuck up.
Make them
No,
help, and that's
no,
absolutely.
no, no. They're not friends. I'm sorry. Like when oh my God, I probably get kicked out of this. Biggie, you cannot kick me off. The Queen
Yeah.
dying, I thought it was the greatest thing ever. Not because of her dying, but the legacy of it all. You know,
Mm.
you have to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't want to
For
talk about
me,
like,
Expose the truth.
for me,
Expose all their dirty little secrets, and you know that's what we have to do. And then you start seeing, well, maybe my stuff ain't as bad as I thought it was, because at least I'm not that.
yeah, it shouldn't be so surprising. In the United States of America, the first president that was supposed to be black is like half Kenyan, and they didn't know what the fuck he was because he's not African American. Obviously, they were okay with that. And then even the vice president right now, she's not so black. Black. I want
She's Indian.
African American. Like,
She's Indian. She's from India. Her people, her mindset is, and it's like,
they're
just say
using
who you
them.
are. Don't try to hide behind something.
Oh my god, I'm like really saying what I think. So that's what I've always said. But it's
Bring
true,
it
right?
up.
Like I'm not making it up. You
and,
know?
and BJ told you she's from India. What are you talking about? It's not even native Indian. And Jamaican.
Well,
So
then
therefore, she don't even know who
Adam-
she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's worse than I am.
never put an
No, and actually,
no, because an African American scares them because that to them is the worst thing that the country did. But they would never allow an African American, meaning an African slave religion over decades long connected person. They will never do that. Will take forever.
And my thing is, what are you trying to be in control? If you know what America is right now, it's falling apart all over the place. Who will want it? Look,
Listen,
y'all
I
can
live
have
in
this
America.
crap.
I live in America, so it would be ridiculous to say that I don't like America. I think that it's falling so short, and it's falling short every single day, and worse, to be honest with you. When oh my God, don't get me started. But talking about 2022, I will never forget the amount of people that walked up on the streets of every major city you could
Mhm.
imagine, ever imagine, and they never heard it. Never even let us speak. Basically, they're muzzling you. We're not going to be muzzled. We've never been. It's never, ever going to happen. As a country, as a continent, no. We got to fight back.
Yeah.
And fighting back is not going to be easy.
Yeah. Put the spotlight on it. Once you
Call it what it
expose
is.
it.
Yeah. First, call it what it is.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, is that the propaganda of America is that they are brilliant at that. They don't expose the dirty parts. You think everything is so perfect. Oh, and look at the Gucci's, and look at the Rolls Royces, and they got the Ferraris, and oh, look at how thin and beautiful everybody's. So no, that's propaganda.
No. I think, crack cocaine and what they did to black people while people were doing cocaine is bad enough. And then to top it all off as an insult to injury, literally almost rubbing the evil shit what they did is calling all the fucking shit that all these white people are dying from their drugs, calling, oh my God, oh well, they're overdosing over fucking it's illegal drugs. Call it what it is. You treat it as this. Why aren't you doing
No,
that?
we're not gonna do that.
That's
Well,
racist.
again, if you look at the history of it, drugs have always been in the fabric of this country, but they hide it. On the plantation, they find out. Oh yeah, the plantation wife, while she was out drinking that nice little mint julep, she was snorting. She was using opioids as well. I'm like, are you for real? You people just don't see it. They cover this stuff up so much to the point that they want to act like, oh, drugs is a new thing. No, drugs is in the fabric of this country. Oh no, it was the people in Miami. They were smoking. No, that stuff was coming through long before Miami was even Miami. But we cover so much of our stuff up. It's just ridiculous. And once you start,
the question is, what do we do, right?
yeah.
Like, what is it that people can do? And I think those are the difficult parts. Like, what can you really do? Like, really, honestly, I think that's going to be the hardest part. And I'm
It's
not
to
just
see.
talking about
Look at
black
the
people.
good points. Look at the flaws. Look at the whole thing, and you'll start seeing we have more in common than we do differences. Peel the skin of the onion back and expose it. And then once you got it exposed for what it is, then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, so it's not all that it is to be. And you find out our problems are more alike than they are different.
So we should
It's
be
gonna
walking
keep
2023 like with our, like I told you, with my feet, my guns, like no, like you have to be a little militant. I'm sorry, I'm
just
trying to
tell
be
the
nice.
truth. Tell the
I'm
truth.
trying to be nice.
Pull the
Sorry,
the bandage off the scab, and it's gonna hurt, but let it all out.
No, and especially when I see other people
Pushing up these lies, just
middle of,
destroying everybody.
and then when you see them walking into the government, in the government, in the middle of it with their guns, and they're treated like little boys and girls. Bullshit. No, we have to like stand up for ourselves. First of all, we don't need guns. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But if we have to, at least have guns in your house. Because I don't trust these motherfuckers. They're crazy. They're killing us everywhere. They're going into grocery stores and killing us. They're going into bars and killing us. Yeah. We're not doing that.
At the beginning of the pandemic, instead of stockpiling medication, as I thought they would, and food to a greater extent that they did, a number of people bought AR-15s. It was a little strange.
No, it's not strange. I knew they would do that. I mean, because that's the first thing. Anytime things get crazy, people gonna go, oh, somebody's gonna come and break my house and take all the things that. But then, what we should be focused on? How does it go from 3 degrees a week ago to now almost 50? A week ago, people were, if you look at parts of Buffalo, New York, and it still hasn't melted. They don't know how many people froze to death on a highway. A week ago, people were freezing to death on the highway.
And they don't tell you how they froze.
There was this
and
lady.
They still don't know how many bodies. Once it starts to thaw, those numbers are going to go through the roof.
But you said the temperature is increasing now?
Yeah.
Which state is this?
Buffalo.
The temperature is
in New York.
In Buffalo and New York, the temperature is increasing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's strange to me.
And actually, the people that live in Buffalo, this is historical, never happened, as known as the cold area.
But you know how black Buffalo is? Everybody thinks Buffalo is the capital, which is true. But predominantly, the people that live in Buffalo are black, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of us.
I think that would explain it, because there's this lady who well, she makes these. She's the well, a very prayerful person who makes very accurate predictions. Let's say so. She's a Christian, but she's from the Caribbean, and she makes a lot of predictions. And she really predicted this snowstorm, and said it was related to the recent discrimination against certain people who are trying to find their roots and their heritage. The two celebrities, a basketballer and the other a rapper, and she said because of the way they were treated, certain communities would see this snowstorm, and it really did happen. So when you're telling me that Buffalo, which is a predominantly African American population, is not seeing the severity that the surrounding areas are seeing, it makes sense now.
This is why I'm telling you I'm tired. I am tired. I don't want to be like, oh my God, here we go again. Like, no, enough is enough. You know, I think we've seen what happened in Louisiana. And like, you remember, the original sin of America is slavery. But the most blatant shit that we saw was what happened to Louisiana
when the levee broke.
It was crazy. And then it woke everybody up, and then we're still doing it and doing it again and again and again. I don't want to do it again and again and again. To be honest with you, I'm tired of it. Like, to be honest with you, as a black person, because that's what we're Africans at the end of all of it. At the end of the day, they are really coming at us as white nationalists, including your freaking previous president and all those people that are coming.
And the current president, like, if you want to think about it.
Like, oh, okay, no,
very true.
This is not the time for that. You have to fight back. And that means you have to really, really protect your people in all ways. I want every African American to have guns, period. I don't trust these people. I don't trust them. I'm sorry.
You can't. They've shown me that they can't be trusted.
They already killed us too many times, and I'm not done. I'm over it, and they keep doing it. No.
I agree.
No. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
The thing is, Jonathan, I was telling you about earlier in our conversation, what really gets me is before, when you lie, you have certain limits and certain ways. Yeah, you can have a little salt and pepper lies, just putting a little bit, we call it chow, but this is blatant lies. You just, even a kid understands that. It's like blatant, and the lies and being honored. Okay, this is where we are right now. Where the lie is honored.
Right, you're absolutely right.
The lie is honored.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the difference, that those that we are seeking the truth know the truth, and the lie does not hide the truth, but it's so blatant, so much of what do you call it, infomercial, discrediting. Before, they used to discredit the one that comes with the truth, but now they don't even go there. They don't even entertain the one that comes with the truth. They completely ignore the truth, where the truth cannot even come out, because the liars are not saying this is a lie. The liars are putting the information, it is what it is, believe it or not, and they're using their power, the sitting power, blatantly. They're doing it in UN, they're doing it in US, they're doing it all the Western country, blatant lie, while people are going, it's a lie, but This lie is so bigger than the truth to fight on. You understand? I don't know if you understand what I'm meant by saying that.
I do, and
The lie or the lie overtake the truth before one shot of the truth will break the lie apart.
not only
But
lie, but they actually try to undermine. Because to be honest with you, like the whole entire idea of like, let's think about Gandhi. Let's think about every leader that they celebrate on the holidays. These are people that have they enslaved, like completely behave in the evil way against them. Those people, but then they celebrate. Eventually, they know they're gonna lose. So who do they celebrate? The peaceful people? No, they never celebrate the people with the guns because they're scared of the people with the guns. But they have the guns. Because the only way they respect you is if you have guns. I'm telling you. Malate, it's like they constantly tell you Gandhi, oh, peaceful. Bullshit. He had to do that. But really, honestly, like eventually the Indians are going to win over their independence. Let's think about South Africa. Eventually they're going to win their independence. But they always celebrate one kind of people that fought against it, not the ones with the guns, but the ones that say peacefully. That peaceful incremental shit is not working. That incremental shit with the niceness is not working.
no. You're not. That's worse. During the Gandhi time is okay. The truth is always gonna fight them. One truth is out, it will kill the rest of the lies. Now, what I'm saying is the truth cannot stand the lie.
You
The
cannot win
truth cannot
a lie
stand.
with a gun.
It's
With a
just the lie. The
with a
lie is so
peaceful
blatant.
protest without a gun is what I'm saying. You need a
No,
gun too.
I mean,
That's all.
what I'm saying is the
That's the only thing
the
that they understand is weapons. They're already scared of you anyway.
you see
As long as you're
the
killing yourself with your guns, they don't give a shit. But the minute that you
I
can't
know
have a
the
gun,
physics, okay, the physical part of it, of the gun, you understand, it's physical, right? When you're talking about lies and truth, it's really something that you can prove what is lie, what is the truth, right? But right now, what I'm saying is the truth is being overtaken by the lies. It's so blatant. It's just you cannot get up and say, "No, this is a lie." They're like, "Oh, whatever." You ignored, completely ignored. This is my agenda, my way, or hit the highway. You understand? It's like blatant. It's just like take it or leave it, even though the people understand it's a lie. I can have the whole armory to have I stand for the truth and I'm gonna be going crazy on you. You don't even have that chance. The lie is so blatant. It's just they don't even debate you for your truth. They ignore you. And actually they bury you with the truth.
But my question
This
is,
is
why
what
is
it
it
is.
so important to hide? I mean, it's like at supersonic speed. They are trying to erase our existence.
Yes.
And my question is why? Why is it so critical?
domination,
But
domination,
they've been
and
dominating
greed.
already. So why is it now? Let's wipe them clean.
It's not manageable because the world is popping babies left and right. It's not manageable. It's not controllable. It's out of control. Now, what they do is you can cry the truth all you want. You're ignored. It's not even acknowledged. It's not even debated by the liars. Basically, the liars are not entertaining the truth. This is something that so important for all my African brothers and sisters. The lie is so blatant. Now we have to come with the different techniques. You can call them out all you want because you got the truth, but your truth is even buried with the lies. There's so many lies that comes over and over and over and over. They beat you down where
You're
nobody's
not smart
listening.
enough. You're lower
Yeah,
than me. You're not good enough. You're not The
Yes.
system is already that way. So it's just like one thing over on top of each other. I mean, that's why I said I'm
It's
so glad
just
the Queen
it's
is
just
dead.
what I said. It's like now they're pancaking us. Like a pancake. They just putting more and more and more and more.
I
Where
don't want my nieces and nephews or my grandkids or my kids coming up to deal with that bullshit because I know they know better. I keep telling them that. Good. I'm telling you, you're already.
Jonathan, we have to figure out.
Yeah.
This is 2022 going in the history. Okay.
Yeah.
But we just talk at the end of it, the eve of a new year. We have to find a solution how this blatant lie can revert back. At least give me a small lie. No, there's no small lie. It's just blatant. Where we went January, you remember, no more movement. We went out, cried. What happened? The war increased. The more
they shut it down. They basically told I swear to you, they probably must have went and told
we
them
went to Twitter
we will bomb
and demonstrated.
and they shut the shit down.
They shut the shit down. Blatant. They shut us down. Just you using the media's help.
But we were loud. I'll give us. I mean, we were pretty loud.
We were. What I'm saying is, okay. They always found a way, just for the narrative to play over and over and over, and they will add more sugar, more salt. If you want it a little bit spicy too, put a little pepper. They just compacted the lie, and the truth cannot fight.
I am trying to fight that. I really am with my own space as an educator. I'm doing that. I know, like, listen to me. Like, I swear to God, I'll probably be recording. This shit might go out there, but like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna call them out, and I call them out all the time. You have to. You cannot be nice. You cannot be cute anymore. You can't, because they really are coming at us harder.
We call them out.
Back, at least it was like in the back. They fucking
it's just blatant.
Blatant in the middle of an election that something that happened in the United States of America. They were walking in there with the Confederate flag. Call it out for what it is, and they're like, "Oh, it's the Confederate." No bullshit. That is a fucking white racism shit that's happening. And that's the whole entire party on the other side that's basically dominates the other side of our country that did not allow us. They will kill you. I mean, oh my God, I live in a state with a black senator is just as bad as they are. And you have to call them out. You cannot be silent anymore. Because if you're
I mean, Jonathan, the 2023 is going to be calling them out the way it is. Because now we got to break apart this compacting lies. You understand? And when you start calling them out, and when you start really as a unity, calling it out, and at the same time push back, that's what we need. Even, I'm not going to say it on this platform, but we need more than that, because lie is word that you hear, and word that you comprehend, and word that can destroy within. We have to come up with different words that can go like, just like no more. These words, just no more. We have to reflare it back again and stronger, because it has a lot of definition behind it. The no more is enough. Enough is enough.
Absolutely.
And that word, that key word, if we're gonna put it in the different languages.
Oh my God, I was just gonna say to BJ,
because what we have to do is stand up for what we believe and not back down.
Yeah, don't back down. I was just gonna say to BJ and Marie Antoinette, I was like, I hope they don't think that I'm being some,
because that's it. We have to stand on our square and stand for the truth. No matter what anybody has to say.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say also in this blatant lie that's so let's put it this way. You have so many lies that you write, right? You got all this your narrative and everything else, and I feel like
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Biggie?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Jonathan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Mary Antoinette, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear
I
you.
think BJ didn't pay for audio.
Thank God it's not me this time. Okay, fine.
She only paid for one way. She didn't pay the second round trip. BJ, I know she's gonna listen to that point eventually later on. BJ, can you hear us?
Hmm.
No.
Yeah, Wi-Fi is unstable all over the world.
So,
Yeah.
by the way, like, I'm sorry. Like, I know I sound very angry. Like, to be honest with you, I'm in such a good mood because 2020 almost, what time is it? 8:17. So I'm so glad that this year is over. But like, no year is really a year. It's just another moment in time. But what a year, right? Like, we've seen so many things. I've seen so many. Definitely, we've done seen
Yeah.
a lot.
Jonathan, I started
Yeah.
something before I forget. Okay, before
Okay.
I forget, right?
That's true. That's true. Go ahead.
The you know in the system, right? You compact so many lies. There are really so many lies, and you zip them, right? And like when you zip that file, but when you open it, you got that much of data that you zip the file, right?
Are you telling me not to
So
say too much? Is that what this is?
no, 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 no. The, zipping the when
Zip
you
my
compact when
zip
you
my
zip the
company.
files, right? You kind of compact all this data in one small file so you can send it, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the whole thing, or to save space, right?
No,
Now our truth is one-on-one. You understand? It's not a zip. It's not a zip file. So
you
now
gave me
this
some
truth.
already. I'll have more tomorrow.
Can you hear me, Marie?
I can hear you.
Sherry? Okay.
Mhm.
So when you have that kind of compacted lie, try to decipher on what they zipped in it. And while you're going on one agenda and trying to fight that one, they bring more. They bring more. And now you're like, okay, I started this one because any fight that you do, you're going to have to focus. You focus on that fight. And then the next thing you know, they derail you by compacting something inside of it. And you don't know where you're going to be starting with that one. So the lies are so compacted with the truth. The truth is going to come out eventually, but the truth that's going to come out is so hurtful, they want to stay away from it. And they keep us away from the truth. A lot of people that fight for the truth, they always had one agenda, is to bring the truth out there. Oh, I see. Yes, let's bring this new year in united together, strong and proud. BJ, you didn't pay for your audio. Is that why it dropped down? I'm just
No.
gonna put that for. But again, it's true, Jonathan. I
Oh my
respect
God!
that.
Talk about our top 10 thing. I completely forgot. I got to see one of the best concerts. By the way, he was there as well, but I was not there with him at the same time. But like, oh my God, I had a really good year, and 2022 was very good. Amen to that. But I don't believe in anything that you just said, Biggie. I'm not that nice.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm nice, but I'm not that nice. Like, I am. I'm a fighter, and I don't. If shit I don't believe in it, and I have to fight, I'll fight. So this whole nice thing, I don't believe in that. So
No, this is not a nice thing.
yeah, it
What
was
I'm
very nice.
saying
It's
is,
too nice to my taste.
what I'm saying is, when you look back and see what's been thrown at you from far away, it's much easier to understand before they fire and you are inside of them. When you have right there where the trigger is coming and you got better movement than being far away with 1,000 bullets on you, is different. So
Yeah.
it's the way we're gonna fight. It's not being nice. You understand?
Uh,
Because I'm seeking the truth
and I'm going to get it in a different angle, an angle that they don't see me coming for the truth. My niceness is my approach. My slickness is my approach. My way of dealing with them is going to be a different approach because they've been dealing a brute force. They use a brute lie. For me, I have to be tactical and how to get to it. I'm not nice. I'm not a nice person because I can see behind. I know what's there and I'm going to play it right. They're not going to fool me the conventional way. I don't play this. I play it differently. My word that comes out is the frequency that I use. The frequency that's going to revert back is different. I believe in that power, that I have the most power that I can build like better than a nuclear energy. It's just how to play it. Because when you play nice and you have a different agenda, believe me, that's how a lot of the victims fell in the hand of the assassinate. Remember that.
Interesting.
So I'm not nice. I can play it nice, but I have better understanding on how this thing works. But one thing that I try to work with is this blatant lie that's been compacted. And people that fight the truth, bringing the truth back and forth. It's a front. You got a gun, they got a cannon. You coming with a cannon, they got ballistic missiles. You coming with different things, they come with different things. It doesn't equate where you value the truth and the lie. They're not one-on-one anymore. They are so compacted that where people are fighting to decipher every code that they have in their life. Why? It's man-made. It doesn't come from celestial. It's a man-made. It's evil. And it's how to fight them back. And how to fight back, your technique has to change. You have to be tactical. Because the world that we live in is getting more tactical you can ever imagine, as you know. I'm not going to tell you about it. Yeah. They're recording everything. They see everything. They know everything. So, Biggie being nice, yeah, I'm nice for my people. Yeah, for my people. Yes, sir. I mean, thank you. Anyway, but I see those things and I feel so much of what the world pain is about because of these compacted lies. They got worse over the years. They're getting worse. And yeah, I see them. And that's why I just want to entertain the understanding how can we tackle such evil. It's not about just being human being anymore, because the wars that are talked about like nothing happened, the natural disaster has been like nothing happened. It's okay. It's part of the, but again, what's the force behind it that's doing all that? These are the resolution that we have to find. We're fighting with a greater force than what you see in 1960s when we fought for the independence of all African countries. It is this force that we need to fight. And it's not just about the truth, and it's a way of the survival of our existence as human. In 2022, you heard it for the first time. I hear the nuclear power energy, nuclear wars. Nobody wanted to hear that in the 60s. I said, no. Look at it. All the way to 2021, nobody talked about nuclear wars. But now it's been entertained
Yeah, it could happen. I just pray it doesn't happen. I
That's a
just,
long time. So.
yeah, because we never had that language, you know, when it comes to nuclear threats. This is the level we are. It's a nuclear threats. And that really is the compacted lies and the make believes at the end of the day. One nuclear power right now is 137 times what they dropped in Hiroshima. And why is it entertained as a topic now? Why? You got to question that. And this is the day and age where everybody have connectivity to listen on what's going on. Those who's got the internet, those that have access for information, that's what they exposed. And don't forget the gamers. The gamers are like, oh, yeah, you shoot on TV and people start going out and shooting people. Okay, but this is serious. I'm very grateful that Xavier gave me this moment, this opportunity to talk to all my brothers and sisters out there. This is the eve for the New Year's per se, but our New Year, September 11th. But again, it's a New Year that's been celebrated in the rest of the Western Hemisphere and everything else, and everybody else that celebrate the New Year's. Yes, I just want to end this New Year in a way that we have to be vigilant and very demanding and seek the truth and fight this packed lie and blow it out of this earth. We should say game is over.
Yeah.
No more.
I completely agree on that note. But when I think about, like, we were talking about 2022, but the one thing that I forgot to say is, like, what do we wish for 2023? Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, I think for 2023, I just want truth to actually dominate, and reality to dominate more than anything else first. Because sometimes I think that we're living on the fog of lies about bullshit, about history in general. Sometimes history is really written to benefit one side than the other. And so we have to kind of cut through all of that and sometimes really, really tell the story that what it is. And so thank God. I actually don't think I'm not a negative person, by the way, BJ and Biggie and
oh, of course I know.
Mary Antoinette. I really am not. I'm not a negative person, but I am also very, like, I'm not an idiot either. So, but yeah, I really honestly think that I wish 2023, the greatest. And I actually think that it's possible, but at the same time, the more we all know that bullshit is coming. So I think we have to be very serious about being ready and at the same time being very nice. I can do both.
Yeah, and be aware. Be aware of your surrounding. When I say surrounding, is what's happening in the world that you live in. Be always send this positive energy. Check on your neighbor. Check on your family.
I'll check on my dishwasher.
Yeah, whatever that is, whatever. Just
I mean, I'm being funny
because we tend when everything get intense. We start forgetting the basics. We're so out there trying to fight the higher level, but the basics. I would say for 2023, take care of yourself, take care of your family.
Amen to that.
Take care of your people.
Amen to that.
Think about your countries, wherever you are from, and at the same time, eat, sleep, drink Africa. This is our world. This is the world that we're trying to make peace within it, so we can really give back peace for the rest of the world, as long as you treat us equal, with dignity, and no more racism against blacks. That's the only way. Respect to the black community.
Yeah, no racism against each other. I think we're actually doing worse than, because we've been told to. I think we're more in danger of ourselves. But again, I am a very positive thinker. Honestly, I think 2023 is going to be interesting. First of all, I'm so happy that Africa's kind of waking up, and they got their cojones a little bit right now.
Cojones. Cojones.
A little bit.
Marie, you heard that?
No, we'll solve
Cojones.
our own issues, and I give them a lot of credit. As much as we give them a hard time, you still have to give them a little credit. They're saying no. And so it's just a
Absolutely.
little thing. It's like a little window that's opening. But we have to take advantage of that. I don't mean it in a very militant way, even though sometimes you might have to convince these people, like, no more, don't bankrupt us, don't steal, don't, I mean, that's just a basic human being, like that's what you should do. And we have to hold our leaders accountable. And I can see that's changing in Africa in general, because we're also holding other countries outside of us accountable. And so, yeah, I find 2023 to be one of these. It's going to be rough, but thank God, at least it's going the right direction. I'll just say that, and I'm thankful for that. But a lot of work to do, a lot, so much. The healing alone is going to take a while in so many African countries, right? So.
Yeah, another thing that I would say also within the 22, Noel, thank you so much for putting the note. Changes are coming in 2023. Some of us have to make sacrifice for the better world. Garvey, Adi, Gaddafi, Shaka, Steve Biko, and Thomas and many others. Kwame sacrificed for us to be here speaking. Yes, we honored the one that really put the fight, literally, where they lost their lives for us. Yes, may they rest in peace. And thank you so much for really bringing it up, because we're at the end of the 2022, so we buried our deads, and we don't want.
No,
we don't.
no, I never.
We don't want to bury more.
Follows
You
you.
understand?
There's no such thing.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but again,
What I'm saying is,
yeah, again, we
we're not
need
in
to.
debt. We're not
We
in
got
debt anymore.
then, yeah,
I
and
think
we got to
that is
move
the biggest
forward.
problem that Africans have. They don't know their worth. They don't know it. We don't know it. Actually, I put myself into it as well. Enough, Dick.
Today, like that.
And like, seriously, like, it's so ridiculous. It's like sometimes it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no. And you just have to put your foot down and say no.
You got to show the focal.
Yeah. And
focal, the fire.
Exactly. And sometimes it might be scary and it might be dangerous, I can't even imagine for some people, because I'm like, in maybe in a blind spot in a sense that no, I think we're all fighters. I think that we do it in our own ways, and I believe that we keep fighting. And no, you put your foot down and say no more. The no more thing was not
game over.
Name.
Let's start with game over. Game over.
Enough. Baka.
Yeah, game over. Baka. Baka means no more.
Yeah,
out of that, there's no other definition. Enough is enough. Yeah. And this is the time we're gonna give all the cojones to all our youth. You understand? Big ones. Make sure that they fight all the way through. And they're not gonna stop.
You're right. Yeah,
that's right.
But they already do. Honestly, I think the ones that are younger actually are fighting harder than we are. The ones before us were fighting, but they're not fighting hard enough, because in so they were like, they have to survive. They left, Yeah. And then I think we're that generation that kind of were in the middle. But the younger ones, I think they're fighting harder. They actually really realize what it's about. But do they need help? Yes. Support. Yeah. And do we also have to go back and be like, no? Yes. So, but it's
so funny that you brought that about the youth, right? And there was some kind of little critics that go back and forth. Oh my God, the youth is spending too much time on their TikTok. They're doing this and do that and do this. He said, no, you're very wrong. The older generation, he sees one TikTok, he's gonna see it 3, 4 times for him to understand. Okay, like what's the message, and he goes a different level. The youth, he goes, oh, I saw that, done. This is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is. That's how they process. They process the information a lot faster, a lot faster.
What do you think about
faster than the computer?
Yeah, it is. So they are faster
because they look at it.
Computer, actually,
yeah, and when they look at it, the generation gap, and the older generation will dwell on it.
Because honestly, I think there's so much misinformation out there. It becomes an easy vehicle to dissuade, disrupt.
For the flaw.
Yeah.
For the flaw.
And I like that, but at the same time, it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. Again, it comes to that point when they say, this is good, bad, no interested, no interested. This is good. No. This one is not there. And then they have the fastest finger in putting that information. No, forget it. Don't even. I cannot process like that. And I'm just looking at from my daughters and my sons the way they look at things, and I'm like, oh, did he say? Oh man, I saw it, and I'm like, what? They already processed it. So the youth, yes, they can process a lot faster because they already know.
I don't think they're processing, by the way. They're taking.
No, they look. It's not interest.
They're not processing.
Listen, when you look at certain information that comes in, with me and you are going to be looking at it, or why and how it comes. You have certain information that you try to digest, right? But for them, it's a line that is not interested. They're not interested. It's done. If they are interested, they write about it, they tweet about it, they communicate with others with it. They don't stop there. They take it even another level. You understand? For us, our generation,
that I'm gonna die in the next 30, 40 years because I don't want to deal with this bullshit. They're gonna be dealing with so much shit. I'm telling you, they really are. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. Like, I don't want to deal with that bullshit. They're really misinformed, a lot of them, because they don't even have time to, like I said, absorb and think. Yellum. There's none of that. And a lot of times, I'm for the majority, there's not. It's just being bombarded, and it's actually directed that way because once you've seen something, it's been directed at them, and these are young. I'm talking about in their like young teens, so they're growing up listening and thinking whatever the thing that they chose to think, and no really. I don't know. I wouldn't say against, but at least a critical thinking lens into any of that, and so that's dangerous. But anyway, and then on top of that, like they control that here, but they don't control it abroad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I don't know if you know this, but an Ethiopian guy sued Facebook because Facebook main East African hub is in Kenya, but it's in Kenya, and he's suing them for the fact that his father died because they
because they let them
went and killed his father, and he's suing them right now. But I don't think that's even enough. First of all, like I know people say, "Oh, it's freedom of speech, you cast it." No bullshit. Like, I don't want Facebook. I don't want Twitter. I don't want any of that in Africa. I think Africa needs its own thing and also control it because you have to be careful. You cannot put misinformation and hate out there.
Mm-hmm. And at the same time, remember now, this is what Triangle is about to do. Triangle, our own have a base website, our own services. That's what we're struggling to create. And you saw how much time is taken. I mean, it's a lot more.
He's actually still doing it. I thought it was just a joke.
Reggie's still doing it.
Oh, okay, good for him. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I talk to him once in a while. Lately, I didn't talk to him because I was out there in the boonies, and
I think you and I are having a personal conversation right now, and I don't even know.
Right? No, basically, and what he tried to do and put it together, man, it's just a lot of work into it, and he's still working hard on it. And Reggie is like trying to put this pace is just amazing. It's amazing.
Happy New Year to Big. I mean, whatever he's gonna do, like I hope he can hear us, and if he doesn't, thank you. Is what I want to say to him
Yes.
or to that entity. Thank you. That's amazing.
He's the one that comes, hey, my people, doing the God's work. You know what I mean? He's like, when Ridge comes up, Ridge is like, as hard working as he's doing, he just want to go back. And he's the first in Swahili Nation One Africa. I said, when I die, please bury me in the center of Africa, which is I happen to be Congo. It's just yeah, that's what he said when he came and introduced himself, and I'll never forget that. And he still want to go to Ethiopia, by the way, and trying to get him to meet, and to see what he can do, especially with these young university students that do a lot of the IT and collaborate and trying to bring this as our own software. That's a lot. That's a lot. And yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one quick point. What would be a good show for you, Biggie? Sometime in the future, helping young African content makers to attract views without being disrespectful to ourselves. Let me give you an example. We did a really good show on Dr. Arikana recently, but tonight a show is being done on the same video segment of Dr. Arikana, except that they're referring to her as a Pan-African BITCH, and this is an African.
Wow.
I'm sure you'll see who it is later. I'm trying not to call his name, but
I'm subscribed. I'll just say that.
Clickbait. It could be effective without disrespecting those who are trying to help us. So I think that is one idea. It would be an instructive show. It doesn't have to be a whole show. It could be part of the show. Yeah, it's taking place as we speak.
Wow.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much.
That's a very good question, Biggie.
You're welcome.
After that one.
No, I'm stuck with that. I'm for it. It's something that's going to benefit everybody in the continent, and especially the African Americans and all that. Because right now I see certain things that's going a little bit different directions, but I think it will be a great show. It will be a great show.
Well, I think the big question is, and by the way, I honestly think that eventually you have to cut off yourself umbilical cord from stuff that does not do you well, even though that it could be very enticing. Some of the conversations they have out there, right? So I think that's part of the problem. You have to call out those things. And I know for a fact that I would not personally ever go back there again, because I heard shit that I am not going to stand for. And then you're expecting me to go and argue with people that are never even really, honestly, nothing reality stuck into their head. It's hatred. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to be around that. So the big question is, how do you attract the peaceful persons, right? So how do you, wow, very good question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I just heard what you said, Maria, and that's why I jumped back in. I've noticed.
You pay a bill, finally.
No, I didn't pay the bill, but I talked nicely to them, and they told me I got to Monday to.
I love it. I love it.
But I noticed that these brave little folks want to say out of pocket stuff like that. They don't get too brave when you start calling them out as agents. They don't want you to. They get really like, oh, what? Oh, no. So I just call them. I would just go in that chat and say, "You're agent, huh? This is what you're here for. You're doing another man's job for them." Because the bottom line is, she is out here fighting for us, wanting to see that the Acapellum to become what it should have always been.
Thank
And
you.
for someone to call her out of pocket like that, need to be held and drugged through the center of the square and just shown out. How dare you?
I agree.
How dare you?
It takes a lot of energy to go on Kaiserian Empire. You must have had about 8 hours sleep before.
Yeah, you do need a lot of balls because they're crazy. You can't argue with ignorance. It's difficult, you know.
No, you know, don't argue with them, but just say if you're not here, you're doing somebody else's job for them. How dare you? Your opinion can be whatever your opinion is, but when you're coming against our queens, our kings, the ones who are on the front line fighting for us, you're gonna be called. You're gonna be called out.
RESPECT. You know, really seriously, like
I agree.
yeah, there's just some kind of like complete ignorance to that. Anyway, I'm not.
No, but they do it for a reason because they want us to turn against her. And no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah. So I don't want to talk about them because I told you I unsubscribed to this thing. I thought in my brain that I can actually have conversation, but you can't because it's almost like the next day is the same thing again. And I realized that you can't.
Well, but see, the agents are always out there because they want to silence us.
Yeah,
that's why they do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it's
they
sad
want
when
to
it's our
silence
people,
us.
honestly. These are Africans, you know. These are people that are in Kenya or Somali or like that's the part that's sad. But I think they have their
but
own
I mean,
thing.
but we got Clarence Thomas, you know that. He's a sad little man. Same people.
That's a good one, BJ. we got the house. Yeah, I get that. Ouch. Anyway, so I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, but like anyway, going back to what your big question was, truth is the most hardest thing to deal with, right? And people don't like the truth, and I consider this a truth space because there's no bullshit that we can argue, but you don't come up here and just blatantly just be all kinds of things that is not necessary. As I'm looking at this as one Africa, I think that's how we came here. And unfortunately, there are trolls out there trying to use that ideology to brainwash or whatever that they are. They're probably miserable people in their basement in their grandmother's house in London, for all I know. Because you don't know.
No, because they got kicked out of the gutter where they belong. That's why they had to go run to grandma.
Yep.
And that's okay to live with your grandma. That means you're taking your grandma, but at least own up to it and behave like that human being. And I think there's that consistently missing stuff that happens out there in the internets. I have learned not to get bogged up in that. And I'm so glad that Biggie, you came and did this today on New Year's Eve. It's 8:50 right now. On New Year's Eve, because we haven't done this in a while. It's so nice to see you, BJ. And then, of course, Marie Antoinette. And the reason that we come here, because at least we can speak, not be screamed at and be cursed at.
Yes.
The most disgusting, vile shit against women and people.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, the titles of their even talk is just disgusting. And then you have to just say no. You can't change people. I think that's that. I wish he came. I wish he would come back. Actually, I wish he was here right now so I can tell him, because I've texted and said, "What the hell are you doing?" Because Biggie, do you remember the first time he was on here?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I remember that.
I remember.
And that was like over a year ago at this point. That I look. So look at what the monster that's over there now. But yeah, I'm not surprised that that's how it ended, because I don't think that that person was ever really genuinely real about what they were trying to do. I think it was all about money or whatever it was.
Yeah. So many of us are bought and paid for, and that's what they do. But like you said,
stay away from that. You're just gonna drive yourself crazy.
No, it's true.
I got thicker skin. It won't drive me crazy because I see them for what they are. They just idiots. They're just idiots, and if people want to jump on board with idiots, I'm like, well, y'all can get on the same tire and sail to wherever, because I'm not joining you.
I don't know. The last one I was on, let's be honest, right? So this is why you have to stay away from stuff like that. They had some crazy title. I'm like, this cannot be real. They cannot really honestly be having a conversation about African Americans are not black or something, or some crazy shit like that. I'm like, are they fucking crazy? And then the shit that I heard was crazy. And they're actually having arguments with each other, literally about their own Africanism, about their Africans.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. I'm like, you know what? I take that like with a grain of salt because it's so stupid. Because you're wasting so much energy arguing about something that really doesn't matter. We got bigger problems to fight than to determine what you want to name yourself in 2022 going on 3. Really?
But I think some of them are really smart, and that's the sad part that really bothers me.
No, if you send them, if they, I don't even classify them as smart.
I think it's just like the argument for the argument's sake, and they think it's strolling, but you never know. It could be a teenager, some African kid, or God knows, a 12-year-old kid, 11 kid that might come into your channel and not know what the hell is going on.
Right.
Into your fucking vile against women, and against your own people, against Africans yourselves. And then and then they could easily, if they're like completely isolated, you're feeding them bullshit that you don't even believe.
Right.
And that's the danger part to me.
They're right. Because the young don't know. The young don't understand.
They don't know
where this is coming from. The young doesn't understand that this is being used to further divide us, and keep pushing out this self-hate. They don't understand that. And that's why I sort of try to jump in and try to shut it down. Because I know what they're trying to do, what the agenda is. And it is to try to constantly get the young people to question themselves. And question who they are. They don't want you to know who you are. They don't want us to come together like this and actually speak on real issues to try to move the ball forward. They want it to constantly stay in that same little pit that they benefit from.
For me, honestly speaking, it was the misogynistic bullshit that they play.
Oh, that's the thing that they pushing now.
Turn me off. I'm just like, these are really kids in their basement that are they need to go and do whatever
and couldn't get a girlfriend if they paid for
something. I don't know, take care of whatever it is, but they're taking it out on the computer. And I
heard you. I heard you, BJ. You didn't hear that one.
I know her. No, she knows exactly what I was saying. Yeah, I heard. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what they need to do and just leave. But instead they come out and just put their vile shit out there instead. That's a way for them to experience their energy.
I'm a real man. I'm a real man. Look at me.
Exactly.
So, all right, my everybody, BJ, Jonathan, Sherry, thank you so much for joining me. We got 5 minutes. I'm trying to. And then 9 o'clock sharp.
Go us.
What's your last call? Your last word, BJ, for 2023.
Bring love and unity and power into this new year, and don't let idiots stop you from your purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Nice one.
Okay.
I like that, BJ.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Sherry, what's yours?
Well, 2023, I would like to see us with the indomitable spirit that we have learned from the Ethiopian experience.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I will definitely be reading about that period in which the Italians occupied the place and how they dealt with it. That's what I would like to read about.
Very nice.
Because we could learn a lot from that.
Mm-hmm. We can.
Jonathan.
Oh my God, that's an easy one, but at the same time, contradictory. But obviously, being an Ethiopian, oh my God, I just want like, let's just get back to normalcy in Ethiopia. But I also want nuclear weapons owned by an African country to deter these assholes. So yeah, I want both. I want peace, but I want militant side of Africa to stand up for itself. So it's two things, contradictory but true.
Okay. Very true. And this is everything that we talked about all year long, 2022. Is our food security and our military.
Yes.
And
we have to make it happen.
yeah. And we can have a largest SATO. You remember I called this SATO? Southern Atlantic Treaty. And it's a big continent right there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the possibility because we got everything. We got all the ingredients that we want, including knowledge. It's just putting it together. And that's
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. It's gonna
So,
happen.
Boogie, you didn't say, is that your thing? Was that what that's your
No.
turn? Okay.
No, I didn't start with my turn. I just said, I commented on yours.
I know. I'm waiting for yours. I want to know what he's gonna wish because I think that first of all, thank you.
For me is to be blessed, being survival of 2022. Here we are to wish what we want to see in 2023. For me, I bless you all in my heart for those that have been in the struggle with us, those that voiced, that commented, that spent time with us. All the blessing, the health, the prosperity, the wealth, and all the thinking in your mind. I want us to have a mind that's so sharp that our emotion supports it with no flinch. If our mind and emotions are together and we all operate the same way and get this thing that has been so evil against us as African, as the whole continent, we can get that out of the way real quick. And having the military equipment and everything, we have it. It's just we need to assemble it to put it together. When it comes to the food, we have that has been given to us. We have a land that can feed the whole world. We're just going to learn how to do it efficiently, use our water efficiently, get people to be educated according to the African histories, where they come from and who they are and what they contributed, the ancestral understanding, what peace means, what love means. All that is a blessing for me to have this time to say that. I am very appreciative. And I thank everything that I've seen in 2022. I'm very grateful that we have this panel right here today. Very grateful. I thank Xavier for everything that he provided us, and he keep providing us the tools, the mind, the understanding. Understand, we're all human beings. We cannot live apart. We live together and make a better world. And as an African and the continent, there's a lot of things to learn. I'm very proud to be African. I'm very proud that I'm part of this family. And I'm very grateful. This is my say, 2022.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Biggie. We're grateful for having you.
Thank you so much, Biggie.
I really appreciate you guys because there won't be show without you guys. There won't be voice without you guys. And we're going to pass that. In 2023, we're going to work harder. smarter, and be efficient to fight this big fat lie that's been put upon us.
Amen to that. And listen,
Yes.
pop your champagnes in your spots and enjoy the new year with your family. And by
Um,
the way, it's just another day, another day to fight. So
That's
hey,
it.
absolutely,
So
absolutely.
get your boots on and start
Hmm.
walking. Oh,
running, fighting.
anyway, so Biggie, I know you're in the East Coast, so I think you're gonna be celebrating soon. I don't know, Marion.
Yes.
Are you in Europe or you're in the islands?
Me? No, I'm in the islands.
Oh, so you're like a couple of hours.
Trinidad. Yeah, it's 2 minutes past 10 p.m. at the moment.
Ah,
Oh well, you're an hour ahead. Okay, that's great. Okay, and
Yes, it's not that far.
I
Yeah.
thought the islands you should be the other
Some,
way. I think that
No,
sometimes
because they are
mm,
really, if you look at the meridians,
map.
the longitude, they're not that far from that clock.
Sometimes our time is the same as the east coast of the USA, but we don't practice daylight saving time. So
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. With the
So
one that
Biggie, I think you're
shifted
in the Midwest. I think somewhere in the Midwest. So it
two
should be 8
hours.
your time.
Maybe.
yeah, because it's 9 o'clock in the Midwest. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. So enjoy your New Year's and Biggie again. Thank you. I'm so glad that you did this today because it's been such a long time since I've heard BJ's voice, or even I don't even remember the last time we've had a live thing on. I wish um, I wish some of the other our Kenyan sister. I miss her. I don't even know what she's up to.
Oh,
Uh,
Tanzan.
Tanzania, is she good?
It's
Uh, I,
good.
yeah, because I think I popped in on hers. Was it last week?
Yes.
On here on Swahili Nation, or
Yep.
Yeah,
So
also in the nation. Yep.
I'm glad everybody's doing great. And 2022 is just the year, like I said, and I can't wait to see you guys and wishing you the greatest in your own personal lives, and
Yes.
even more greater for the continent and the whole entire diaspora and all of those. By the way, thank God for being African. Wow.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
definitely.
And
You showing the fight and you getting stronger. Keep up. I'll say
Uh,
to every part of our networks, all our other networks that we collaborate with, they're
yes.
putting a fight, and I'm so grateful that we have fighters, real fighters, and that they're putting content out there. They show the continent itself, people that really fight, saying, "Hey, this is the paradise. This is the continent, the so-called paradise. That's what we want to bring in,
Yep.
our paradise." And I really am grateful for all these people that are fighting for Africa.
Yes.
And
Yes.
at the same time, there are relentless African Americans and every black that is in South America that are still putting out their heart for it. So we are really blessed. And one thing that I don't want to shout out, in fact, is Haiti. Haiti that's going through a lot of turmoil.
Hmm.
Exactly. Bless the Haiti people, protect them. They're going through a lot of stuff. And these are the first nation that was independent. They brought the slavery, and the slave that first round that came in got rid of the French colonialism. And they've been marked to death. Every single Haitian has been marked for that. And I pray for them. My mind is always with them. They were part of the first league nation.
They showed us the way.
That's right. So let's not forget our brothers and sisters in Haiti. Let's put our prayer and
Yes.
fight for them too. We're not going to let them down
I agree.
because they always try to be under the carpet type of thing. Nobody wants to talk about it or something. But we
We
Africans, we talk
we
about it.
rise together. We fight together.
Mhm.
We unite together.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm laughing about Haiti because the people that arm them are the same people that are fighting them. So you can't arm the same enemy that you're fighting. So it's like a non-ending situation with Haiti.
And that's the way
God,
they want it.
I don't even want to talk about that, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's the way they want it. They want it
Yeah.
very.
But listen, again, I'm gonna wish everybody, like, first of all, again, 2023 is just another day. We're still in the same fight. So don't think that all of a sudden everything is okay. Actually, I think 2022 is going to be a tougher year because in the United States we're going to have some extremists ruling. They're going to be crazy. And same shit in Israel, they're going to be crazy. You have most of right wing Israeli government that we should be careful about because I believe Palestinians are people that we need to take care of, care about, because whatever happens there happens everywhere else. And then you have, of course, what's happening everywhere. But at the same time, we're also trying to build peace in Africa. So even though that we're gonna fight for peace, you have to be ready for the big fight.
Yep.
And I don't mean that with guns, but like being smart about as Africans. But you,
Keep rising. We must keep rising.
amen.
I'm
So
in, and I'm going to conclude this.
yeah, I know. Sorry, you got
Mr.
me.
Today.
Yeah, I know. Bye bye.
No, I'm just going to put a little prayer. May
Okay.
Xavier bless us. May Xavier be with us. May he
You
protect
have to do a
us.
better job
And
than
I
that.
appreciate that. I appreciate for this time that you've given us to discuss all our problems and bury our 22 problems and go forward for 2023, putting the fight. And you understand. I really thank you. I'm grateful for that. Amen.
Amen. If you don't see it,
Amen.
because
In
I
the name of Jesus Christ,
got arrested.
amen.
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 Bye.
All
Thank
right.
you, guys.
Bye,
Ciao.
Bye.
everyone.
Take care. Be safe.
See you.
Have a wonderful one.